Morning, happy holidays. Yeah, it's only 4 days till Christmas, which is crazy. I can't believe the year's almost gone. Thank you, Daryl. Thanks for that donation. I'm going to donate any of the donations or any of the money donated to the stream. I'm going to donate to that charity that Jay Fix and his crew's doing. And at the end of the stream, I'm going to forward everybody over there and to his live stream. So 4 a.m. in Sweden. Wow. Thailand. You got to get some shopping done. I got a few more things I need to get, and it's always like creeps up in you so fast, and you try to get as much stuff as possible. But hello from South Africa and Brooklyn, and I like the idea of learning why RAM isn't recognized. Yeah, so most of the time, whenever I see that issue, I mean, I would think it'd be power related. Sometimes it's not. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I'll be able to fix it or not. It's just. That's why I don't look at them ahead of time. We can figure it out together. You know, it may be a learning experience or not. Princeton, Texas, Kentucky, Italy, Portugal. Raw Dog Sunday. Raw Dog Sunday. That's right. That's what I would do, the crazy stuff, right? Hello from Greece and Melbourne, Slavia, and Australia, and Virginia. Blown cap, 99% sure. What about the Wi-Fi card? I bet it's the Wi-Fi card. 4:05 in the morning in New Zealand. Is it DDR5? Shoot, I don't know. That's a good question. I think it is DDR5. But this is, I can't remember if this, I had a couple, one of these is coming from a repair shop, so I can't remember if that's this one or not. But good day from Argentina and France. Bonjour. 4 a.m. there. Venezuela, good morning. Kevin, thank you. Nate from Pennsylvania, happy to help with the charity. Thank you. $20 donations going towards the charity. Thank you, Kevin. And we have 5 gifted subs. Thanks, Wolfie. Thank you, Wolfie. Let's see. Hello in Ohio, Italy, London, Slavia. I need some more coffee. I'm already getting a little tongue-tied. It's the Wi-Fi card. It's an easy fix. North Carolina. Let's see. So, hello from the 9th dimension. Can you please take all the parts back? That's funny. All the stuff flying from the 9th dimension. That's from Northridge Fix. He likes to say that. I was trying to fix my speaker. It's not, for some reason, it's not syncing, so I can't even hear the sounds, which is quite frustrating. Oh, my Bluetooth crashed. That's why. Why? Okay, let me check my Bluetooth, because I can't really hear the sounds coming in. These memberships, because, man, you guys are coming in hot. Let me see. Yeah, my Bluetooth. Let me delete that out of there. See if I can reconnect my Bluetooth. Okay. Hey, my speaker connected now. All right. Let's see if I can hear sound. Yay. Okay, much better. All right, so we got Ontario, Hungary, Calgary. Good morning, good morning. I got my coffee. Good morning, good morning. Did you see the Salem video where he tested the laptop memory and the desktop adapters? Yes, I did, and I'm actually tempted to try it. Now, the thing is that my computer down here is actually an Alienware desktop that I picked up the other day, or last month or so. And I bought some extra RAM or some more RAM, and the RAM I plugged in didn't work. It just didn't detect it, so I had to use some other RAM. And so all I have is 32 in here. It came with 16. I was trying to get the 64. I have some 32 gig laptop modules, so yeah, I wouldn't mind trying it. I don't care if it runs at a slower clock. I just want more RAM. I need more gigas. So yeah, that'd be something interesting to try. All the stuff he linked to some adapters on, I guess, on Amazon, but all of them I saw were like coming from China. They would be here like next year sometime. So I'm not sure what's going on with that. Seems like some local manufacturer would sell them, but maybe they're selling out fast. Hello from Belgium. So everyone vote. We have the poll up, and I should put it on the screen. Let me see if I can do that. The poll. Where are the polls? Sorry, I'm try to get the poles pulled up. Poles pulled up. Oh, that's because I haven't set that up yet. Hold on. I have to do something funky to get a poll on the screen for YouTube. It's kind of annoying. So I have to do a screen capture of this other window that I have pulled up here. There we go. So we got that. And it looks like so far the Alienware with the RAM not detected is winning 62% on YouTube, 72% on the old Twitchy Twitch. So if you haven't voted, vote. We have a couple minutes left of voting. Or it's about to end, or it did end. No, there you go. It ended. It's over. No more voting. No, but yeah, it just looked like the RAM won. RAM won. More RAM, the best. Yeah. So I wouldn't mind just having more. I hate when that thing's in my face. More RAM in the computer would be helpful. It is much better already having 32 because I was maxing out when I had 16. It was always just like right at the edge, and my page file was huge. So. PC works great. Thanks, man. Fantastic. Okay, so yeah, so Montgomery just got his laptop back. It came back for warranty. I had to adjust a couple things. But Montgomery, I hope that screen issue doesn't come back. He has like kind of it was a weird one where I couldn't even get it to come back. But basically, whenever it booted in the Windows, it would go to like a white screen sometimes. And so I just did like a DDU wipe of his drivers, reinstalled all the NVIDIA drivers, and then did all the chipset drivers and put all that stuff up to date. So hopefully that resolves that issue because I do think it was a software issue, not a hardware issue. So, so we're going to do the RAM one today first, and then the second place. What was the second place? X14. Yeah, the X14 will be the second place one. So we will see. Get some oatmeal cookies around the new year. Nice. I love oatmeal cookies. Those are my favorite. Oatmeal raisin cookies. All right. Well, I think we are ready. Let me see if I can grab it. I had two M15 R7s here, and one of them, I don't know which one's which. That's the thing. And so I need to figure out which one it is. Well, it's not going to be that one, because I'm going to do a video on this one. So I can give you a preview of this one. So this one is the one I'm not going to do. This is another M15 R7, but I thought it was interesting enough, and I'll do a video on it, and I'll save it for an more entertaining, fast-paced thing. So this one is, he sent it to a repair shop to get the, I don't know what's going on with the repair shops messing up stuff right here, but a local tech in the state unfortunately caused more problems. And so I guess he was getting the palm rest, and because I had faded keys, and then they wanted to go ahead and repaste it at the same time. And so now it's giving a 2.7 error, or it's giving lines on the screen, and then now it just gives a 2.7 error, so the screen's messed up. And so I'm thinking that they probably damaged the LCD connector or something like that, but we will see. We're not working on that one. That will be a video. So the one we're working on today is, all right, new day and another laptop that needs to be saved, and this time we have an M15 R7. This is the Ryzen edition. Now, this one's an interesting one because neither RAM slot detects memory. So if you plug it in there, you get a 2.3 error no matter what we do. So I haven't taken a look at this yet. Let's take a look together and see if we can get this one figured out. Okay, so sip of coffee. I'm located in Austin, Texas, in the heart of Texas. So JFix here. JFix, hey, how's it going? I already have the stream set up to forward, so at the end of this stream, whenever I stop it, it's going to redirect and raid over to JFix's charity stream. And then JFix, I don't know if you missed it, but all the donations to this stream is going to go to your charity, by the way. So that will help you out a little bit. So let's see how this works. So the first thing I want to do is just try turning it on. Let's see what it does here. So I do hear the fan spinning up. We have a light, and what light code do we have? Probably a 2.3, I would assume. It's very dim. Wow, I can barely see it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. That's so faint. So faint. So we do have a 2.3 error. If we look that up on a error code list for this model laptop, 2.3 stands for memory not detected, I believe. Or is it memory error? Maybe we should look that up, actually. I can't remember because 2.4 is one of them. It's like memory not installed maybe, and then 2.3 would be I can't remember. Let's see. Giveaway in Discord is brand new solder station. Oh, nice. There's going to be a giveaway in the Discord, in the JFix Discord. So I will add that link in there. Oh, sorry, you guys can't see the screen here. All right. Do we have it pulled up? We don't need those views. So this is what we're looking for here is a 2.3, no memory, no RAM. No random access memory detected. All right, so if we had a 2.4, then it would be a failure. So it was like installed kind of janky or whatever, or it's the sticks kind of messed up. But this is not detected at all is what we're getting. So, you know, good times. Now, I don't know what the issue is on this. I've maybe fixed only 1 or 2 of these that have this issue. But here, I'm going to add it where it puts your Discord in there every once in a while. Okay, yeah, so I've only worked on a couple of machines that have had this exact issue, and I can't remember if I fixed it or not. I don't know, but we will figure it out right now. Let's open up the bottom and take a look inside. Who knows what's going to be? I assume it's going to be some sort of power-related issue. That's most of the time whenever we have it where a device like an SSD or RAM is not detected. I usually see it as that, or a chip knocked off the board. I mean, you know, people aren't telling us anything. Actually, let's see what his note says exactly. Because it could be like, after I opened this up and did this thing right here, and then this doesn't work, and blah, 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 blah. So here's his note. Flashing 3 blue, 2 red, which is actually a 2.3. Blue, oh wait. Blue screen, then locked up the black screen, then happened to force. What? How could he get a blue screen? So he was, the RAM stopped. Happened to force a Microsoft update. Huh. Do you think this could be, did we lock up again? Are we there? Hello? We have picture! We have picture, everyone! All right, so I'm back, right? I'm assuming I'm back. Oh my gosh. Okay, I don't know. My OBS like went locked up again. This is the second time that this has happened. Okay, let's see. Wait for Twitch to come back up. I don't know if Twitch is up yet. Are we back up, Twitch? Oh my gosh. Is it working? Come on. I'm waiting for me to get a signal from Twitch. Hi again. Okay, we're here. Okay, so Twitch is here, but my Twitch preview window is not displaying. Let me refresh the screen. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so it's interesting because last Wednesday or whenever we had a lockup on the OBS last week also, and or last stream, and it was right as this notification comes in from, you know, Microsoft has like the little notification panel. This little notification panel comes up, and it was like even a notification for some advertisement that's part of, I don't know, Microsoft or something where they. Anyway, right as it does that, OBS locks up. So I need to turn off all of these things. Y'all are buffering. Humble donation to charity. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Eric just donated. Thank you so much for that. So we read the note. Did we get the note? Did y'all see the note? I think I was juddering at the same time, but basically the gist of it said that the machine was in the middle of working when it shut off. So you're still, hopefully you're not, my face cam was frozen. Is it better? Are we good? Seem to have no issues right now. So, okay, so some people, you may just need to refresh your page if you're having issues. Yeah, OBS on Linux is great. And I want to convert this entire computer to Linux. And so I actually have been going through the list of software that I need. And a lot of them I'm going to have to run through Wine, and that's the problem. You know, it may not be an issue, but because I have a lot of tools and stuff that require, that only have EXEs, then I'm going to have to figure that out. So, and the bottom is off. Okay, so quick look around. So we do have the main battery as OEM. It's plugged in. We have 2 NVMe slots. This one's not populated. Here's the 2 sticks of RAM. They are DDR5 like we suspected. Now DDR5 are going to be a different type of animal, okay? So on a DDR5 machine, we have, let me get under the microscope, I'll kind of show you around, but, oh, hold on. My Elgato thingy's not working. My micro deck is not working, which is the tablet. Okay, let's see if that works. Hey, we have picture. Okay. So on these sticks, they actually have the voltage. On each stick, is what's producing the other power rails. So this stick's provided, you provide 5 volts to it instead of 1.2 volts, and then this one will split it up. So the stick itself could be bad. I doubt it, but you know. Hey, we got another donation from Mark. Thank you so much. So I guess the first thing we should try is to figure out if we have a shorted memory module, right? And I can just pull these out. And that's what I'll do. And should we just stick one of mine in here? Stick one of my own sticks in here. I could still use a VM. So I have a VM installed in here. I already installed a Linux distro on it, and I was trying to port some USB stuff through it, and it was driving me crazy. Maybe I could do streaming through that, but then the hardware encoding is going to be another whole thing, so that's why you can't really do the VM. It's a pain in the butt to do hardware encoding, or passing your GPU to your VM is a pain. So my idea would be to, yeah, maybe have the entire computer Linux, do a VM of Windows, and then try to, I don't know. I'll have to just install it and see what apps work and what don't, you know. The main things that I'm plugging in are, I mean, does everyone know if the board view, is there a Linux version of the board view software, Flex board view? Because that was one thing, and then there was, I have some other apps, I can't remember now. I don't have a whole list of them in my head, but yeah, I'm gonna probably convert to Linux eventually, but. All right, let's see if this thing turns on. Another Ryzen rabbit hole to go down here. Let's see. All right, so I opened the lid, it turned on automatically, which is, you know, fun, but it turned back off already. Let me turn it back on. Here, I can plug in the power so we can actually see it do something. And we are still getting a blink code. Yes. Yes. 2.3 blink code, so same thing. The PCI pass-through may work. I've never successfully got that working, so I don't know. I mean, if it's pretty straightforward steps of being able to pass through the PCI Express cards and stuff like that. Open board view. Yeah, is the open board view Linux? Do they have a Linux version? Does Paul have it? He uses a Linux only. Okay, perfect. So then we'll do that. I can do that. And then what about the software for this guy? Thanks to Nathan, JFix, and everyone involved in the stream, the donations to charity. Really proud of all of you. Well, thank you so much for that donation, Godman. Thank you, thank you. So we're gonna have to take this board out. Really, there's really nothing I can do without taking it out. I suspect that we have some sort of power rail issue for the RAM, and I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We got to take this cover off here. There's not really much I can access on this side, but the machine probably posts. And so based on other machines, okay, let me just hold on. Let me just think real quick. So the Alienware M16 R1s, they have the same type of issue, but it gives a power rail failure whenever the RAM power supply is shorted. And it's a 5-volt power supply. Paul Daniels is the beast, correct? Yes, correct. He is the beast. So what I suspect is that we have, oh, and then that's a separate power rail. So it's a 5-volt power rail. We have a hype train started on Twitch right now, so we can see if we can get some subs going. So what I suspect on these, so we have a 5-volt power rail, 3.3-volt power rail. That's what runs the board. And then we have a separate 5-volt power rail that's going to run this DDR5. Now, I don't think this machine uses the same 5-volt power rail to run the RAM. But I don't know for sure because I haven't figured out. Well, I've never had this issue on this board. So, but we're going to take this out. If this thing was working and then shut off and stopped working, then I assume we'd just have a blown chip or something like that. Because their notes said that it gave the blue screen, which I guess is now the black screen, right? And then shut off. Oh no, I forgot. I need to fix my chat here because it rebooted, it lost my layout that I had here. Inspect. I use some different CSS on here because I can't, it's too hard to see. There's too many words. Too many words. See, paste. There we go. Much better. Much better. Wow, although my computer keeps feeling so laggy. I don't know. For something that's a pretty powerful computer, 14700K with a 4060 Ti seems good enough for most things, and it just feels laggy. Feels like junk. What are you guys talking about over there? Why keep following closed software? To learn from Microsoft. We love closed software. Howdy. Friendly reminder, chat rules, absolutely no politics, that's right. We do as little, we all can do just a little. Hey, thank you so much, Wolfie. So all these donations are going to charity. And at the end of this, we'll go over to we'll send you all over to the charity stream. Now, JFix says that there is a giveaway for a solder station in the Discord. So if you type into !Discord, you can sign up for that. What solder station is it? Secret screw, where art thou? There you are. Just join the Discord, nice. Now, I try to participate as much as I can in that Discord. It's not my Discord, it's JFix's. But I'm so busy, I have a hard time being super active and things like that. So it's an AFIN A9E. Nice, okay. Hopefully I said that correctly. I've never used one of those. I've had the same solder station for like 17 years. It doesn't even have a temperature knob. You flip the switch on and it turns on, and then after like, I don't know, 30 minutes it shuts itself off automatically, so I never have to remember to shut it off. And you just change the tips and that's it. What are some open and free source softwares that you recommend for schematics and troubleshooting guides, various motherboards out there for a starter? Open source and free resources. Well, go to BadCaps is really the biggest thing that I would say. WinRaid, BadCaps, those two forums have tons of stuff on there. Tons. Like you can just sit there. I mean, I'll go to BadCaps and just kind of read. I really enjoy that. I'm going to go ahead and take the heatsink off too. We're going to do the whole thing. We got a new member, donor board member, Trucker, come on over. Come on over, Trucker. Thank you so much. So we're trying to get down to this board level so we can look at all the components. We need to see if we have physical damage, if we have a burnout chip. The customer said that this was working, gave a blue screen, then and now gives a 2-3 error where the RAM is not detected, so we know that we have some sort of power related issue. Now this heatsink is coming off very easy, so to me it almost seems like this has been taken apart already. This screw right here is not all the way screwed in, and it looks a little stripped. But so if this had not been taken off in the past, there would be a lot of stiction. Okay, so clues, follow the clues. So this was like super loose, it just came right off. So this has definitely been taken apart before by someone. We don't know who, but everyone always omits the truth. So, all right. So I don't know where the RAM power supply would be. It may be right here. I bet this might be it right here. So let's take a look at that. So it's going to be a 5-volt power rail that powers the memory. So this right here, PLM1, so M might stand for memory. What do you think? What do you think? Let's see if we have a short there. If we have a short there, then Bob is our uncle. Motherboard repairs are so simple. We went right to it, and we don't have a short there. Darn it! I thought it was going to be easy. All right, so we don't have a short, but we're going to check around all the rest of our coils, which are going to be the outputs to power rails. We got 32 ohms here. That's probably fine because we are right next to the GPU. And it might be the VRAM. 28. Those look crazy. This is probably just that stuff from the pads. What about these guys? Another 17. Step right up and get your 17. Hey, is the beeping a little bit better? I opened up my meter and then put a piece of tape over my speaker so it's not so loud over my beeper. I think it sounds a little bit more bearable because I can't stand the sound of it. Pretends he knows what a PLM is even means. Yep, I pretend. I am a pretender. Yeah, no one's ever taught me anything, so what I'm doing is I just do it. Hey, what's that? I think we found our issue. I could smell it, actually. Right as I saw it, I could smell it. So it is nearby all this stuff. So here's our RAM, and yeah, I don't see anything else that has damage. So we do definitely have some sort of burnt something here. Let's see. Let me see what else I can pretend I know that is here. First, I can get in focus. Okay, yeah. So it looks like it's the UC68. I know exactly what the UC68 is. It has something to do with something, and I'm sure it has something to do with this DD that's right here in this RD31. That's about all I know. I don't need to know anything. Come on, people. So this is going to be pretty simple. We're just going to change that out, and then hopefully it'll fix it. I don't even know what. Now, we have a current sense resistor going into it. And I guess is it going to pull that much current? This chip doesn't even look like it pulls that much current. So does that mean we have a short somewhere else or something else that's sent too much in there? The dummy diode at 5, the old DD. The old DD5 is the dummy diode 5. So there's a 5 ohm short, 2 ohm short, 1 ohm short. I press it down harder, 0.3 ohm short. The harder I press, the lower it gets. Imagine that. All right, let's take this chip off. Let's see if it resolves anything. Hopefully we don't have a burnt pad or anything like that, or a trace. MOSFET controller. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I guess it could be. I don't have any MOSFETs on the other side, though. That's the thing. It's not a driver package. See, there's nothing around here. That's why I kind of think it's kind of vague of what that thing would do exactly. Because I think this is the actual power rail for the RAM. But I don't know. All right, let's get this guy removed. Oh, you're missing an R in the DDR. Ah. Are we now? Oh, I love the smell of removing burnt chips. It like reinvigorates the smell. So I'm gonna heat this up a little bit. We'll add a little flexi flux. Why would UC68 explode anyway? Probably heat. This is DDR5. This stuff runs, it uses a lot of current, but I don't know exactly what this chip's in charge of, so. Come on, I don't want to pull it because it may be actually fused to one of these pads. Darn it, doesn't want to move, it doesn't want to budge. So that's already melted. That's already melted. Come on. Why? There we go. Got one side. Okay, it is definitely fused on one side here. See if I can get. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay, so we broke the chip off. I'll go super zoom. So I went ahead and just let the chip come off where it would desolder, and then these two pins right here are actually fused to those pads, and I don't want to rip it off. And so if the chip didn't come off, I was going to end up breaking the chip with like some pliers, or I would grind it off or something like that. Now we'll see if we can add some solder here and see if we can get these last two legs off of here, and because I don't want to have to rebuild that, but it looks like there's a big enough trace there to rebuild if we need to, because I think this whole area is the same thing, possibly. Maybe, possibly, maybe. Can't tell. It's hard to tell. If I turn the polarizer, I can see a little bit better, but I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, see, I can't tell. DDR for the RAM slot. UC68 is blasting off again. What is this? What do we have here? What do we have here? This polarizer drives me crazy because it's so dark in my, it's almost like sunglasses are on here. Okay, anyway, let's just add some solder. We're gonna add some solder to that. The short is gone. Will it turn on? Yeah, let's actually check to see if the short is gone. Good point. Good point. The short is not gone. Just what I suspected. So this is kind of what I was thinking here before I even turn it. I'm going to turn that off real quick, just so we can chat. So what I was suspecting is that that chip probably blew up because it was trying to power something that was shorted, right? And so if we have something that's shorted, a lot of times you'll have the chip that's trying to power it or trying to send something over to it or pass through it or whatever, start getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And in this case, it just blowed up, right? So we will need to inject some voltage and try to find what is shorted. It might just be a capacitor further down the line there. And then once we resolve that, then it fixes this other stuff. So, okay. That's what I got. All right, back to this. Did Windows force a BIOS update that blew it up? Yes, exactly. Texas Mayor, man, you $40 donation. Thank you. Big thanks for fixing my M16 R1 in the last stream. Here's to bringing the laptop back from the dead. Thank you so much. The children appreciate your donation. That was so generous of you. The old children's. I'm glad I could help. I'm glad the stream could help. M16 R1. Yep, those things are, they have the issues. All right, let's see if we can get this off of here. Come on, baby. You can do it. Yay! That was actually easier than I thought. But I still wanted to be delicate. I wanted to be bellissimo. I wanted to do it slowly. Okay. So that's good. We got that all cleaned up. I'm not going to put a new chip on there until we are ready. Okay. Okay. So now let's address the short. Maybe there's not a short. Maybe we should test our donor board and see what we're supposed to have here. What do you think? Let's find a donor board first. Or I can check the chat first. All right, hold on. Oh, I'm gonna have to grab a donor board. Let me do that. And this is I think it's one of these guys. Is this it? Similar, but it's different. It's different, but the same. No, it's the same. Okay. We have the same board here. Let's see. Hey Nathan, my Dell Precision 5530 3 days ago, it had an issue with the DNS server not responding, but luckily I had to restore point. You're buying an AIO, nice. Good morning. Good morning, Wes. Welcome. If you missed it, we have a computer that does not detect the RAM, and we just found a blown up chip, but now we need to figure out why the chip blew up, and I think we have a short somewhere. So let's measure right here and see what we get. So this is our donor board or our test board. More donory than test, but. And if I'm in resistance mode, if I fight the resistance we have a lot. Mega ohms. Mega ohms. Donor boards are cheating, that's right. 100%. 100%. Now, a schematic would tell you something more, but donor boards make everything a lot easier. All right, so we're supposed to have mega ohms here on this current sense resistor, the shunt. And if we measure our board that had the blowed up chip, greetings from Round Rock, right up the road. We have 0.2. All right, so I'm guessing with 0.2, I'm pressing down really hard so we get a good connection, 0.1, 0.2. That's close to 0. I think that we probably have a capacitor that's shorted or something. And I'm kind of checking back in chat here. I do see people, I see politics coming in there. So if someone says one thing about politics, just kick them out. Be done with it. We can just move on. We're trying to just not have to worry about any of that stuff. So let's see. Check the caps next to it. We could just check the caps next to it, or we can inject voltage, or I don't know. How do you want to do it? Do you want to, because if we just check a cap next to it, everything in parallel to it's going to be shorted here. If it's going to be the same. Short, 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 short. These are all so short. Short, 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 short. Every single one is short. All right, so it could be one of those, or it could be one somewhere else. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? So, we'll just get to it, I guess. Unless you guys want to go through the whole guessing game again. Here, we'll do super zoom and see if we could do an investigation on these here. Okay. I don't know. Number 2 there, it looks a little with the dots on it. We got a different colored one there, that little tiny one. You think it could be that one? That's a different color? I don't think so. All right, that's all I got. That's all I got. Let's just inject voltage and move on. Get it done. Got stuff to do, man. Stuff to do. But it would make sense, you know, so if we have a chip that's sending power to a certain power rail and then that power rail is shorted out and the chip would just blow up, right? So should we inject 1.5 volts? Do you think that's the right amount? Anybody? Should we go up higher? Whatever it takes, right? Yeah, so if we, you know, it's a 5-volt power rail, so we can put 5 volts in there, right? Now, because the short is 0.2, so this is how you know how much to inject, okay, people? So I want you to do this. I want you to say, okay, how much voltage do I need to inject? You need to use Ohm's law, And if I measure right here on this, we have, oops, 0.2 ohms. Okay, it's nearly 0. So you could put nearly almost nothing in here. We could put 0.4 volts and we're still getting an amp. Okay, now if this was like at 1 ohm, then we would have to go up to like 1 volt. Yeah, a couple of bob for you. Thank you so much. Wow, another $20. Thank you, Grow. Thank you so much. Couple of bobs for the cause. All right, so anyway, we're going to do 0.4. If we did 1.5 volts, sure, we could do that. It would be way excessive. We don't need that. So I got 4 amps at 0.4 volts. I got 4 amps, if you do the math. All right. All right, so we're going to go no thermal camera. No thermal camera. Why? Because I said so. I'm going to put my hand here. Oh, I don't feel anything. It's not over here. It's over here somewhere. Okay. This is the old way, right? This is the old way of doing it, where you stick your hand on it and use the back of your hand. I feel something over here. Is it on this side? I don't know if I want it. I'd rather just do the thermal camera. I don't know why I don't want to do the thermal camera. I don't miss the olden days. Use my tongue. Oh. Yeah, actually, we could just go all the way up to 1.5 volts, and then I would really be able to feel it. We can make it go thermal. Thermonuclear, man. Nuclear. Okay, we got to start my darn thermal camera up, man. Start that darn thing. Okay, thermal camera. Let's go thermal. All right. That's what we call ouch detection. That's right. Whoa, I heard a sizzle, sizzle. Hey, it was right there. I just couldn't feel it with my hand. My hand wasn't detectable enough for something. So it is somewhere around here. Is it one of these? It is. We're going to have to go up. All right. Try again. Still can't tell. Is it that number 2? Is it that one with the dots on it that we thought looked a little suspicious anyway? There's 2 of them. Why, golly, there's 2 of them. I think it's that one. What do you think? I don't know. See if I can get a good focus on it. I think we need more power. We're going to go up to 1.5 volts. We're going to go to the value that they said was the best value. 1.21 gigawatts. Yeah, it's number 2. It was this one. It was a suspicious one right here. Okay, so we'll take that one off and be done with it. I guess I can kind of see the crack in it. I don't know. I don't know. More power! Magic smoke! Yeah, back in the day, you soldered your power supply straight onto the board instead of like tapping it on there. And then you just put your hand on there and waited for something to go pop, and then you're like, there it was, found it. So this is the one that looked a little suspicious to me out of all of them anyway. So technically I was right. Yeah, I think the crack's underneath it probably. Let's check it. The crack on the bottom? Where's the crack at? Where's that crack at? I don't see a crack. Ah, is that the crack? Is that it? That ain't cracked enough. Let's see if the short's gone. 5 volts, avoid desoldering. Yeah, the short is gone. The short is gone! It's so exciting! So, I guess it's cracked. I don't know. Usually you can see a little more crack, especially since I started putting some gigawatts into it, but I didn't know. Okay, well, let's find a replacement. We can take it off this donor board, or I have one, probably. It's the same size. Oh. So, let me check chat real quick. What is this? What is this guy talking about right here? I'm working on an M15 R3 with the EC chip is short. I replaced it with a new one. Current consumption is 0.02, which is what it's going to be. So if you measure the power rails, when you plug in the power, the power rails are going to come up momentarily, then shut off. You can't switch it on. The short is gone, but the EC chip needs to be programmed. Yes, it does. So 9542GF. The seller says it doesn't need to be programmed. The seller is full of crap. So maybe some machines you put it on needs to be programmed, some of them don't, but this one does. So yes, M17 R3, you need to program it. And I have videos out there of me programming it. Okay. Let's just grab these two components and get them transferred over, and then we can move on to the next machine. So we'll steal this chip, and we'll steal that thing. We'll cheat some more by using our donor board, man. They said the cap was no detect on the PC. Wait, bad focus on the screen, sorry. I think it's the reflections. It's driving me crazy. Driving me crazy. Or maybe because I have to focus all of these together, and so I have a hard time getting them all focused sometimes. Check the resistance. Well, there's no short. Do you want me to know the exact resistance? We can do that. Let me pull this chip off. So this is the chips off of my donor board. And look, we'll even grab the second one. Look at how precise we are. So precise. Okay. -29 wind chill in Calgary. Oh my gosh. No, thank you. No, thank you. Where are we at? Where'd it go? Okay. So we will check this now. And the short is gone. Will we get picture? I don't know, man. So, so just to let you know, just so we can kind of understand what's happening here, we have voltage coming in, we have it going into the chip's trying to power the power rail, that powers the RAM. I'm assuming all of these are going to be on that same power rail, and then this one went short, which ended up forcing this chip to overheat and blow up. And that's how you act like you know what you're talking about. 39 degrees C here today. Wow, that's hot. Happy holidays. Oh, goodness. Max Wise, happy holidays. Thank you so much. Thanks for the donation to the charity. It's so generous. Buffering, I don't have any drop frames on my side, so just refresh your screen or choose a different resolution. All right. No flux. How did we do that with no flux? That was crazy. That was crazy talk. I will add flux in a second. I'm just trying to tack these on the board. Get in there. Get on there. There we go. Come on. Those look so good, man. You're such a good solderer. I don't know why I'm talking like a surfer today. I think I need more coffee. Or too much coffee. Come on. This one does not want to solder. Okay, all right. I need to add more fresh solder there because it's driving me crazy. Something's going on there. Something's going on. I don't know what, I ordered some of that new flux, some of the new whites flux. It hasn't shown up yet. Maybe they ship not the same day. Still waiting for it. It will show up sometimes the same day or some other day. You pick. There we go. All right. Now we can actually finish soldering this thing. Banned from buying. Oh no. Probably. Yeah, I can imagine that. Yeah, it's the NF Flux White is what I ordered. The old white, the white stuff. I don't know. Okay, all right, that's done. And wait for it to cool for a second. Where's my chem pads at when I need them? How many of you chat unemployed? How many unemployeds do we have? Hopefully none. I think we got more retired than we have unemployed, I'm assuming, right? My demographic is more in the retirement age. All right, we'll check to see if the short is gone. Everyone should concur that it's gone, but there's no short. Let's clean this thermal paste off. Ooh, this thing has a huge chip here. This is, what chip would this be? 3090, 4090? I don't know if this thing came in a 49. It might be a 3080 or 3090. I don't know. Where's my tissues at? Retired. You should add a third option of retired. Because I'm thinking that most people are going to be retired. All right, so I'm just going to clean off all this thermal paste so we can put some fresh stuff on here for testing purposes. What chip is this? This thing is huge. It's an E8A1, so a G20 E8A1. So that'd be a 30 series is the G20s, right? And then E8A1. Could somebody put that in there? I think it's a 3080, I guess, but that chip's huge compared to most of them I've seen. Most of us are old farts. Yes, that's what my demographic, if you look at my demographic, it's like 50%, no wait, maybe 60% of my viewers are over 55. And if you encompass 45 and above, it's 75% of my viewers are 45 and above. That's why they get all my jokes. And that's why I don't get some of their jokes. But 62. But I think the last time we did this 3080 Ti. Okay, so it's a Ti 3080 Ti. I mean, that's a solid chip right there. I think the last time we did this where people started putting their ages in there, there's actually some young people there. There's a 22-year-old in there. We had some 16-year-olds in there. I was super impressed. I'm just going to Arctic Silver this, or should I don't have much PTM left. I'm trying to figure that out. All right, so we're going to put an X here. And nice big dot there. We really just need to test this all over the map. Yeah, so the ages are 25. We got a 19-year-old, 17-year-old. Wow. 17. You still have a bright future in front of you. You haven't been tainted by the world yet. What I like to do when I put a heatsink on here is I like to kind of smash it down and kind of slide it a little bit. That way it kind of, mashes down the compound and then also spreads it out just a little bit more. And then also on these laptop boards, I usually put a spacer down because the motherboard, the fans kind of push it up a little bit. When you're trying to get the screws in there, it will end up popping it loose. You don't want to do that. 47, 30, 42, 22, 40, 74. So a 69420 problem. What are we talking about, Bruce? Let me see what, or not Bruce, Anime. Garage sales are amazing finds for old manuals. Interesting, I didn't know that. "99% chance it's fixed." I believe so. I agree with that. I believe this is it. No short, no problem. Some of the best solder work I've seen are from female assemblers, I assume. I haven't met anybody female soldering. You're half a century old. I'm getting close to that. I'm 45 myself. CMOS reset will happen. But these should be pretty fast because the EC chip is already written. It has a static EC. No caps, no short, but we did replace the cap, so we will have a short eventually again. Okay, which way does this go? It goes that way. Be careful plugging this in. You just turned 15. Welcome. 15. Is that true? Is that true, really? I hate double negatives. Yeah. They're not my favorite. All right, will this fix the issue? 99% chance. That's what I hear out there in the wild. So I'm just going to put a few screws in here just for testing purposes, and I'll finish this up tomorrow or Monday. Okay. All right, we got this back together. I have his RAM sticks. My test stick is one of these. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, mine's labeled. And he has 32 gig sticks. So 64 gigawatts. Fan, power button, ribbon. Batteries reconnected. Have enough screws in here so it doesn't fall out. Stealing DDR5 again. Yeah, every laptop repair I get one new stick of 32 gig DDR5 because I replaced it with an 8 gig. All right, I just opened the lid. It's coming on immediately. The lights are coming on. I hear the fans. I see some power getting pulled from the charger. 1.25 amps. I don't know if we actually ever plugged it into the charger. Oh, now we're up to 3 amps. So we'll let this go through its CMOS reset. It shouldn't be too long on this machine. What are we talking about here? I'm missing a lot of this stuff. Well, it comes with 64 gigs of RAM. Now it has 48. No, people are like 40 because I put an 8 gig in there, right? 32 gigs plus an 8 gig. That's the same thing that happens here. So I have a whole tub of screws. So every laptop I just leave one screw out. And then that's how I have these after 22 years, 23 years. Get a whole tub of screws. You know I'm kidding, right? I actually put more screws in most computers that come in because they're always missing some screws. Well, it's not coming on. So that 100% chance of being fixed doesn't seem to be very good. Original RAM is back in. Yes, I put his RAM in there. So we're up to 5 amps now. Okay, I think we're doing good. It's still progressing. It's coffee time is what it is. See if my coffee is still hot. It's glowing, so it's not giving an error code. We got 300 volts going straight through the CPU. No error though. That's good. I may need to calibrate. Patience, patience. Now we have a 1% chance it's not 0. It needs to train the RAM. It also needs to, I thought that this doesn't have a EC that automatically programs, so I don't know. Sometimes these take a little while. This is an AMD system too, so sometimes we'll have issues with that. Well, the keyboard responded when I pressed that. It didn't turn on the caps lock, but the backlight came on. LCD cable is plugged in. We would get a 2.7 error if the cable wasn't plugged in here. DDR5 takes forever to train. It's just trying to see how fast it can run that memory. Buy yourself a heating cup of coffee. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah. Huh. I don't drink tons of hot coffee, so usually I have a cup or two in the morning before I come to work, and then that's it. And then I'll have an iced coffee later sometimes. Big word, calibrate. I don't hate AMD, Nate. Don't hate on AMD. No, okay, I don't mind AMD at all. It's just there's a couple AMD Alienwares I hate. The M15 R7 is one of them. So we may have a combination of things because you see how we're sitting here at 5.5 amps? I don't know if it's moving around at all. It's just kind of staying there. His note said, happened after a forced Microsoft update, maybe BIOS related. History of motherboard and trackpad was replaced by Dell. So do you think that Microsoft triggered a BIOS update or a Microsoft update that had a BIOS update and then the RAM chip blew out all at the same time? Kaplow! Do you think we could have to do the BIOS also? That'd be funny. AMD is a superior chip in general. Do you prefer cold coffee also? Yeah, I like cold coffee in the afternoon, and then I'll have a hot cup in the morning when I wake up. Did the owner say it was in the middle of an update? Well, their exact notes were just like, happened after forced Microsoft update, maybe BIOS related. So that's what they said. So blue screen, then locked up, black screen. So blue screen, then locked up, black screen. All right, I'm going to hold down the power button and shut it off, or just hit the power button and see what it does. So I just pressed it once, it did nothing. I'm going to hold it down and shut it off. We're also going to try my own RAM too, because if that thing shorted out, the little chip shorted out and blew up, it might have sent a surge to his RAM. All right, so the machine's off, but we're still pulling 40 watts. 40 watts is charging. So it means the machine was running off of 60 watts. I just press the power button. There's a chance it could come and post on the second try. We'll see. It's doing something different a little bit. Now we're at 112 watts. And we got an Alienware screen. And we have picture! Oh my gosh. Northwest Repair is now putting me in as a meme in his videos. So funny. Even though it's not even my saying. It's not even my saying. Oh. I saved another laptop. Now that would be my saying. Maybe I should do a meme for him where it's, I saved a video card. I saved a graphics card. Let's just boot the diagnostics real quick and take a look. Yeah, so that took a little while, and then I had to shut it back off. And end the poll, please. I did end the poll. The poll has been ended. It just took me a second to do that. And everything looks good on here. We needed pizza. So that one was a semi-easy pizza, right? Because it was a shorty capacitor, but it did blow out another chip on its way. And I want to see how the temps are here. We got a blank code, actually. What's the blink code say? Oh, it's a 3-1. Blink code 3-1, if you ever see that on these, it's going to be a CMOS reset. It just means that the real-time clock had been cleared and it just needed to be reset. So I just want to look at the temps. I hammered a video card. Put on the goggles. Take off the goggles. Put on the goggles. Take off the goggles. All right, so I just put Arctic Silver on there. I just wanted to see what the temps are on here. And we maxed out at 77 for the CPU, which is good, and the GPU at 60. So that's not bad. I just wanted to see what they were at. Okay, well, that was done. Easy enough pizza. Easy burrito. Easy taco sundae. So next one's the X14. X14. Let me figure out which X14 it was, because I have a couple of them in here too. And I don't have it over here, I don't think. X14, M15 R2. Okay, hold on, let me figure out which X14 it was. Post errors. So I think they said it has some sort of light codes or something. X14 R2. Craig. Craig, are you in chat? We got your laptop here. All right, let me make sure it doesn't have any personal information. That's good. Okay, so the X14 R2 and the X14 R1 are very similar machines, but they are actually different. They have different motherboards, different parts that go to them. A common issue with these, if we want to talk about things that have issues a lot, a common issue is going to be the mechanism for the LCD screen. And so you'll get kind of a false sense that the machine doesn't work because there's more or less a cable gate type of situation where the cable starts crimping. Now this thing has it fishing through a spring and a pulley system, the way that this thing opens. Let's see if we can show you here. It's not really showing you, but see how the screen is recessed? Well, the cable actually comes through here and then routes around here, but it has to go through a mechanism, a stress reliever. But what they didn't think about is that the cable actually going into the screen still bends back and forth like that. So anyway, so let's pull up our power meter. Let's take a look here. Let's see, power meter. There we go. And it's frozen. Let me reboot it. There we go. RAM card price, please. Expensive. DDR5 I can't even get right now, or I can, but I'm not going to pay the money for it. And the DDR4, we still have plenty of DDR4 in stock. So I think it's like 60 bucks for a 16 or 32. 16 probably. And 32s are hard to come by for a DDR4. But DDR5, I don't think I have any. If I did, it would be, I would have probably only got like a few pieces. What the? It looked like this was damaged, but it's not. All right, let's plug in the power. Let's see what it does here. So plugged it in, negotiated 20 volts, went to 1.6 amps, so we're pulling some current, it's moving around. I haven't even opened the lid yet. We don't know if it's charging the battery, we don't know what it's doing. I just want to see kind of what it does when we do that. Now I opened the lid, went up to 6 amps. So it's maxing out our charger. This is a 130 watt USB-C charger. And the fact that we are going to max current probably means we're charging the battery and it's trying to start the machine at the same time. I don't see any lights on the keyboard. but the caps lock is responding. What happened? What does that mean when a caps lock responds? We don't have picture! That's right. But the machine's probably running, okay? When we have caps lock like that. So the amount of current that I see moving on right here, and the fact that we don't have picture, and the fact that this thing has a tendency of having a screen issue. We probably have a bad screen cable, and so this is a boring repair. But we can take a look at it anyway. Let me open the bottom, and we need to pull this thing off. And I just want to take a look, and I can grab a test screen because that's cheating. It is cheating to grab a test screen, but I have all that stuff. So we'll grab another screw thing. We have black screen. Now I don't know where the error code was. The note, I'll give you the note. So the note said, again, everything's so vague. Will not boot. Various combination of lights when trying to boot. HDMI out. A lot of times I can't get HDMI out on these. We can try it. It's a pain to do it on this setup right here. I can unhook my microscope's HDMI cable and then plug it in that way and see if I can get it to come on. But a lot of times on laptops in general, it's hard to get a HDMI output on a machine. It's just like, it's not a definitive thing. So whenever anybody says, well, plug it into HDMI output, that will give you an answer. I'm like, no, I don't know if that machine even works with HDMI output outside of Windows. A lot of times it will work in Windows, but not outside of Windows. So I like to do things that are definitive, right? Things that are actually going to add clues and not just confuse things. Now you can plug in an HDMI monitor, maybe it will work, but it doesn't prove anything if it doesn't, is what I'm saying. But we're going to go straight to this cable because I'm going to show you how stupid this cable is. Now this is a gaming laptop. I think the highest end graphics chip it has is a 4060. So it's not like super duper. Super duper duper. God, is this glued on there? What are these people doing to this bottom here? What are you doing? This is, there's something going on here. This should not be this stuck. There we go. And I broke the bottom. All right, so this thing's mostly battery, or 50-50, I guess. So these are the OEM Dell, they're Alienware batteries. It says Alienware here, and the serial number's on the other side, so that's why you can't tell if it's real or not. But this is genuine, I can tell. It will prove the screen somehow has a problem or connection. Well, this machine a lot of times will not post if the screen is having this issue, even though I guess we have the caps lock, so therefore, I mean, I can put, if you guys want it plugged in HDMI, I will plug it in HDMI, gladly. But I can also just go grab a test screen and plug it in that way too, which is easier for me. Okay, so now that I have this off, I'm gonna show you this wacky craziness here. Let's see if I can get it in focus. All right, so here's our mechanism for the screen. And so when I open the screen, it pulls this cable through a spring and it kind of routes it. Here, I'm going to do it on the overhead instead. All right. There you go. You see that? See that chaos? You see that engineering at play? These people were crazy. So it comes out of the screen, goes over here, then loops back, and then loops back around, and then plugs in right here. And then plugs in right on the bottom of the board with a crazy tuck. But all that's fine. That's not where the issue is. The issue is actually where it goes straight into the bottom of the screen. There's no relief there. So let me grab a cable and I'll show you what ends up happening to the cable. So I think I have one over here that's messed up. Thought I did. Well, here, I have a new cable. So here's a brand new cable. And the way it goes in there, so this is where the routing is, where it kind of does this little jobby, where it kind of bends like that. So it goes through the spring like that. And then this wraps around the bottom of the motherboard like that. So that's what it's basically set up as, okay? But the screen still opens, this goes into the bottom of the screen, and the screen still bends like this. It's so stupid. So this part right here ends up getting broken. So there's actually a bend right in that spot. So I don't know. Engineers are stupid, man. Are stupid. Okay, so who wants me to plug this into an HDMI monitor? Who wants it? Who wants it? Or I can just grab a test screen. I have a bunch of test stuff right here. I can plug into it. Because it's not going to... Me! We got a me here. Me, HDMI, go! Test screen. We got test screen. I could tell you the test screen is going to be quicker and easier, but if people are trying to prove that HDMIs are easier to test with, I'm telling you it's not. Like right now, this machine seems to post. Here, I'm going to do it again like this. It's on. We got our caps lock on, and it's responding, okay? So now, I'm going to unplug the battery for this though. Darn it. Because I'm going to unplug the screen. If I unplug the screen, then, oh, here we go. Here's an actual cable that's already been used. This is what I wanted to show y'all. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place. Here's where it goes into the screen. Right there. So that's where the fold is on the screen. And you can see how messed up it is. So this is one that's bad, that's already been taken out. So this fold is doesn't have any relief. And so you can see where it's cracking right there. But all the rest of this has been relieved, stress relieved. It's just this area they did not think about. So enough chatting with that. HDMI, because most of us don't test with test screens. Okay, all right. I concur with that. I get you. Okay, let me grab an HDMI adapter. This thing doesn't have HDMI out, I don't think. Oh, it does. It does have HDMI. Okay, we'll just plug it in HDMI. So I'm going to unplug my microscope here. And I don't have much length, but we'll do the best we can here. So we'll do this. We'll do that. We'll set it up like a tent. There we go. No, it's not long enough. Okay, and then we'll plug it in right there. And then we'll switch to microscope. Hey, we have picture! So it is working because it is in Windows. Now, if we were outside of Windows, I don't know if it would work like on a Dell screen or something like that. But there you go. We know it's working. And we knew it was working because of the caps lock. So, but let me shut the thing off and then see if we can get it to turn on. See if we can get a Dell screen from the start, though. I'm going to have to unplug that, though. So let me power it off. Yeah, this was a really bad design when it comes to ribbon cables. Okay, so I have it powered off. I'm going to plug the HDMI back in. And maybe the cable's busted in a certain way where it thinks the screen's kind of still detected and it's just not giving a picture there. So I just powered it back on. And I have the HDMI plugged in. And I'm not seeing a Dell screen. Wait, is it not on? Maybe it's not on. I can't tell. Let me plug in my power meter because I just can't tell what it's doing without seeing the power. Seeing the power meter. Caps lock's not responding. The whole point of this is what I'm trying to show you is that it's hard. Okay. So actually we're not getting any picture again. There you go. And so it didn't give us picture until it got to Windows. My point. Okay. That's all I was trying to say. Is that it didn't give us picture. It didn't give us the picture on the Dell screen. It didn't give us picture booting up the Windows. It gave us picture when I got the Windows because a lot of these machines will not do anything until it gets to Windows. So now we need to figure out, is it a LCD screen issue or the cable gate issue, the issue that we were talking about with the cable, or is it a motherboard issue? So let me shut her back down again. And so if we just plug a test screen in, we can know, we can figure that out quickly. So if it has USB-C Thunderbolt, you can use Thunderbolt dock to get the Dell logo. Okay. Well, there you go. That would make sense. So maybe it has Thunderbolt, and maybe we could have done that. So I'm going to unplug the battery, which will make it have to go through a CMOS reset to come on. If you disconnect the screen, the Dell logo will show from the start. It probably won't even post, I bet. We could try that, if I can prove that. How's that? So I'm going to unplug the screen right now. Yeah, a lot of these machines will not run headless. My impersonation of Arnold is legit. Yeah, right. I don't even notice whenever I start doing these accents and stuff. I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. Fake battery. It looks like a fake battery. This is an Alienware OEM. Is it real or is it fake? So this isn't the way an Alienware battery looks. It's so hard to see. So it says Alienware right there, and then the serial number's on the backside of these batteries. I don't know why they did that, but so this is a real one. Okay, screen's unplugged. So theoretically, with the screen unplugged, the machine will work just fine. No, I don't think so, but we can try it. So we'll plug this back in. Oh, I want to try the Thunderbolt idea. But let's plug that in, plug that in. There's really no point of doing what we're doing, but sometimes it's fun just to mess around. I'm going to let that boot up for a second. I'm going to grab a Thunderbolt adapter, USB-C, if I have one. I mean, here's a USB-C to HDMI. I'm assuming it's going through the Thunderbolt. Can't tell. Oh. So we still got no signal. And we're at 100 watts, 6 amps. Still don't have any picture. See if we get a blink code. And booted the Windows anyway. So I don't know. That's strange. So maybe whenever we... No, because maybe it's the R1 I'm thinking of. The R1, if this cable is not plugged into the machine will not post. I can tell you that. It just doesn't want to go past anything. So maybe the R2, they figured out like, hey, we have enough cable gate issues. Let's deal with this. I don't know. With the screen not detected, it's going to give an error code. It should have. I don't know. This thing is crazy, isn't it? It's a phenomenon. All right, I want to try this, actually. Let's see if we can get the HDMI going through the Thunderbolt. So I have it plugged in now through this USB-C to an HDMI adapter. Is it going to work? I don't think so. Do I need to reboot it? There's no point in doing any of this stuff. Someone's accounting on not knowing which side you had the label on. Okay, did I power it off? Okay, power it back on. I'm going to try a cold start, see if we get a Dell screen. I'm telling you, we've had horrible, I mean, I've done this so long that I just cannot count on giving external monitors. Still don't have a Dell screen through this HDMI, I mean the USB-C to HDMI adapter. The problems grow with experience. Is it booting still? 6 amps? Yeah, I bet it's about to get to our login screen again. No signal, Elgato. We have Elgato picture. Did you try jiggling the handle? I love it. That's a good one. I don't know if you need to add a video source for the Thunderbolt adapter. I'm just using the HDMI still. So I just have an HDMI to USB-C adapter, assuming that's the same thing. Maybe my adapter doesn't work right. Let me flip it around. I flipped it. Okay. I'm done messing around with the shenanigans. There's too much shenanigans going on right now. Okay, let's just get this thing fixed. Let's just plug a screen into it, figure out if it's a screen or not, and then, because we don't need to deal with all this stuff. Okay, so that's back on there. So let me grab a test screen. Oh wait, we have an error code. I think we have an error code. I thought I saw an error code. It was a blue and red error code. I bet it was saying the screen was not detected. I bet it didn't detect HDMI, so then it was like, okay, I don't know what you're asking. Did you check the Wi-Fi card? Oh my gosh. I should have checked the Wi-Fi card. All right, so we have a good screen here. Oh, someone stole my cable out of my good screen. Bucko. Let me see what else I got. This is a whole bin of X14 stuff because I was having to deal with X14s. The X14 shenanigans. Okay, here's another screen. There's another screen. Now, I don't know if actually these are the same screens because the X14 R2s are a little bit different than the X14, so actually I think I might need to go grab my X14 R2 test machine. Yeah. This is all X14 R1 stuff, and I don't think it's going to work. I don't think they're compatible. Let me go grab my X14 R2 stuff. I have to go to the warehouse, though. I have to go to the warehouse. You guys want to go with me? You want to go with me to the warehouse? Let me pull up, see if I can get a screencast going. I won't be able to see the chat, though. Okay, we're going to do, to change this view here. Let me stop this. I got to cast you to my cell phone. And that one? Nope, not that one. This one? Yep. Take us with you. I will. Okay. How's that look? Let's see. Are we good? Y'all can see? All right, so let me, hold on. This looks like it needs to be adjusted. What's going on here? Let me zoom in on this. Something's going on with this crop here. Got a weird crop going on. I don't understand why it's so cropped. It's like super skinny. It's super skinny. Like it's cropping out most of the view. That's so weird. Maybe I could just use our microscope view. Let's see. Or not, no, our floor view. Let's see if that works. That's cropped too. Darn it. Okay, give me a second. I'll get it. I'll get this. I'll get this. I can do this. Here, let me set this down. Here, I'll put it right here. Okay, while I mess with this. Feels like I'm driving a car here. Where are we going today? I don't know. Here we go. Sorry. I'm being an idiot. Okay. That's not working. That's stretching me. I don't get it. Why is it doing this? This is going to make me all stretched. Let me transform, reset transform. Yeah, it's just doing a weird crop for some reason. And I don't have a crop filter on here. Oh, goodness. Let me add a new source. We do a new screen window capture, and then that will probably fix that. There we go. That's much better. Okay. Let me delete this one out of here. Why are we not in focus? Because of that. And so all I'm doing is I'm pulling up my camera app and then just turning it on film, like I'm filming, and then I'm screencasting it over. That's why it has a little counter up there. We're counting down to demise. Okay, so now we'll just move the chat window on top, and there we go. Okay, we're ready to go. Let me move my microphone up here so I don't lose communication with my mic. Oh no. Okay, we're ready? Everyone, focus, grasshopper, focus. Everyone ready to go? And I won't be able to see the chat, okay? So all the lights are off right now, and because it's the weekend, nobody's here. Hopefully you're going to be able to hear me throughout this whole thing here. I do have skylights in the warehouse at least, so it makes it a little bit easier. So over here, these are all my parts on this side, and this is all the stuff coming in to be processed. But these are all of our test machines. So these are all of our legacy test machines. Every single box has a different model in it. So here's like an E5540. These are all the Latitude old E series and older ones. So anyway, all of our test machines, every single laptop has a box, and it comes around here. We got Alienwares, we got some more Latitudes and Spirons all the way down. They just keep going, they keep going, they keep going, they keep going. So we're going to a X14 R2, which I think we had. Where's that? There we go, X14, and then we have an X14 R2. So this is what we need to get this test machine right here. And so that way we have all the parts for all the machines. So that's how easy it is. And yeah, I've been in this building for so long that stuff starts stacking up. It's hard to get rid of stuff, but and here's the store. So this is where you'd walk into if you came to visit and say hi. And there's my station back here. And there's Christmas. All right. We made it successfully back. Ha ha! Beautiful. Did everyone hear me the whole time, or did the audio cut out a little bit? It's organized pretty well. I mean, there's still plenty of chaos going on. Was the audio okay, though? I wanted to know. Yeah, okay. All good? Good. Cool. Yeah, so I moved my sensor thing, which I usually just keep under my desk, or a receiver under my desk, and then I moved it up onto the desk, so hopefully it would help. So now we know what we're working on. So now we have our test machine. We have our test machine! And we have a screen, or just a battery screen. There we go. All right. And here's a battery. This is the Alienware battery we're talking about. We just put testing on here. So there's no serial number on this side, and the serial number's on the back. So that's why I know. That's why I know. So our test machine has the screen right here already. So I'm just going to unbolt this test screen off of here, and then we can plug it in. Audio was 100%. I can't believe, I can't believe. Hey Nathan, X14 R1, 1080p display, and R2 display 1610. That's right. So they are laid out differently because the shape of the machines are actually different. I don't know why they went back to 1610 for everything, because it used to be 16.9, or it used to be 1610 for years, and then they went to 16.9 for years, and then now they're back to 1610. They're just trying to give us crazy chaos. All right. All right, here's our test screen. And hopefully our test screen works perfect. We have a tendency of having test machines that have been tested on so many times that end up not working too, so. Yay! All right, every time I'm about to plug in the screen, I always go and flick the cable, the battery cable. Just a habit, right? I just like to do a little flicky flick, just to get a habit. 1610 is for productivity, 16.9 is good for media. What about 4x3? What's 4x3 good for? Do you even know what 4x3 is? All right, got to open this. It's good for nothing. Ain't good for nothing. All right, so I don't have the battery plugged in, which this machine's kind of picky with that. Hold on, let me plug in the battery. It's perfect for photos. It's actually good for Instagram, right? Doesn't Instagram want 4x3 for some reason? It's perfect for Commodore. It's perfect for NES. Gosh, get in your home. Here's for hoping. Okay. Turn on. Turn on. Turn on. Why are we not turning on? The reason why I know it's not turning on because it's just sitting there. Okay, there we go, 5 amps. So maybe it was turning on, it just wasn't charging yet. All right, I'll let it go through its thing here. Put the Wi-Fi card back in. Did everyone sign up for the giveaway on the Discord for JFix? It's going to be for that solder station. I don't know how much more time is left on that, but we should go do that. There we go. And we have picture. So it's just a screen, it's just a cable. I don't want to change out this cable. Oh my gosh, I don't change cables. That's what I always tell people. That's what I tell my techs. I'm like, I'm not doing it. Not gonna do it. So these are glued together, so you have to put it on a heating pad. And so the cable just needs to be changed out. So what do y'all want to do? Y'all want to fix another computer? You need a screen repair bot. God, yeah, I don't know. I just cannot stand glue. Glue in these things here. I can't stand it. Can't stand you. Next. I mean, we diagnosed the issue, right? But it's just whether we want to fix it. We know it's a cable, so all we're going to be doing is unscrewing or ungluing something together, prying it apart without cracking the screen, which is a pain. Installing the new cable, which the new cable's right here. Brand new. And then, so we got some people want to replace the cable. Oh my gosh. I'm scared to put a vote up because people are going to vote for changing the screen out. I mean, the cable out. I don't want anything to do with it. I don't want anything to do with it. I vote to go to the next machine. Where did this come from? Where did that come from? This one has one in it. So what, from the machine before? Or did it just fall out? No, the machine before has it, so this is from the test machine. Stealing people's Wi-Fi cards now. Screwdriver set. Wait, someone snuck in and took the Wi-Fi card out. It's always the Wi-Fi card. Blame the Wi-Fi card. Or it's the flux capacitor. Test the flux capacitor. Oh, damn Wi-Fi cards. Okay, I want to go to the next one if you guys don't mind. I just cannot bring myself to taking a screen out right now, especially since that's not, I don't know. It's not fun to me. That's like, I don't know. I want to diagnose something. So we at least diagnosed something. That was fun. Next, but empty the screw tray first. You're right. Let's do that. Keeping me helpful. Just throw a magnet in there, and there we go. All right. So I have that X15 R2, and then we have, I don't know, I have other ones too. We can look up other ones if you want. I can just go through all the different repairs we have, but screens repeat it for sure. Fix the charging battery one. Yeah, so the X15 R2, let me read his note. All right, so we have an X15 R2. Yep. All right, so this one it came from Eric, which is another repair shop. He didn't put his repair shop name there, but says laptop was mailed to his shop. Here, I can zoom in here because there was a lot more notes to put in there than I could put, so it doesn't charge is kind of what the gist was. But originally, it's mailed to his shop with no power. The 3-volt line was not getting any power, and it had shorted the PUS 005. And they replaced it. Now the laptop will not power on. It powers on, but only on the battery. It doesn't do it off the charger, or the charger doesn't power the machine. So it's assuming some sort of EC corruption. I don't know. That doesn't necessarily make sense to me, but so I don't know. But so this came from another repair shop. They worked on it in the past. Yeah. So he said it was already missing a bunch of screws. So perfect, just the way we like it. So we don't have to unscrew stuff, so you don't have to watch me unscrew anything. So first thing we want to do is turn it on, right? New day, new laptop to repair. We got an X15 R something, R2. Repair shop networking protocol. All right, so I plugged in the power, and I don't know if anyone just admired that or looked at it here. So let's pay attention. 1, 2, 3. And we're getting 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. We got nothing, right? So when we plug in a charger and we don't get any power to the main power rail, even if you had a short on the main power rail, you would have it where it blip up for a second and then go down. You would have some sort of response, but you're not getting any response at all. I don't know what that means. Now, I mean, it could be the power management chip could be blown. It could be a MOSFET that's blown. It could be the DC jack that's completely busted, which is rare on these. And the bottom is off. They've already numbered the drives, which is nice. And they said it was already missing a bunch of screws. Let's grab a test battery because they said it would power on with a battery. So let's grab one of those and make sure it posts before we start poking around in there. Which battery does it take? What battery is that? Can't see. A DWVRR? DWVRR, where art thou? DWVRR. Can't see if that's what that is. Is this it? Nope. I got stacks and stacks of batteries over here, and I try to label them, or I just try to notice what they are, but I don't know if I have one of those right here. We might need to push some current. We might need to push some current. The Soren way. Yeah, I don't have one. Okay. Okay. All right, let's push some current. So the battery's dead. We need to charge it. What ends up happening on these, they'll get a little bit depleted and they won't charge, especially if the main power rail is not charging it. And I just want to see how much what voltage we have on the battery right now. This is going to be the positive side. It's at 0.05 volts. We will just use our power supply to see if we can charge it up to something. Right now it's saying 0.05 volts. Doesn't mean it's actually at 0.05 volts. A lot of times what you'll have is it will shut itself off when it gets to a certain threshold. And I'm assuming there's no short on the board because he said that the machine works, so that's what I want to verify. Let's see, where's a good ground? Where's a good ground I can clip this to? Maybe I'll just do it to the cage here. There we go. That'll work. And let's see how many volts we're going to give this thing. This is the crappiest power supply on the planet. Love it. I don't use power supplies very often, so 12.6 volts current. All right. And we're doing, which side was the positive, which side was the negative? I don't remember. That's the positive side. Okay. So we'll start with this is some lower current. And it already shut itself off. Great. It doesn't even want to charge. Interesting. Well, then maybe I might end up getting a test battery after all. Or my power supply is no good for doing that. One of the two. Let's pull this out anyway because the power management chip is going to be on the other side of the board on this one, and I bet that we have a bad power management chip anyway. Do we have AI spam? Who's AI spamming? Do you concurrent? The battery's dead. It might not charge either. I mean, I don't understand. It may just be because it was too high. Enjoy the stream. Hey, thank you for the donation. What'd you do? You're very talented. Look at the Area 51, 5090 gaming laptop. Reliable or not? Also, does it have loud fans and overheat? So the main thing with getting a laptop that has a 5090 in it is you're getting the highest end graphics card there is for that machine. So if I was going to pick it, if I was shopping for something like that, I would go for more like a 5080 or a step down from the highest. I don't want to sit there and get something that's maxed out. So those new Area 51s, I had one in here the other day. They're not super loud because the fans are pretty thick, so they're bigger, so they don't have to spin as fast. But if it was me, I would not choose a 5090. I would choose a 5080 or something like that, so it's not maxing out to get so hot. What was I looking for here? Just gonna check the main power rail. I just want to check some for shorts real quick. And then let's also check the voltage, how far the voltage is going. So there's no short on the main power rail. I'm going to plug the charger back in. And what I want to look for, if he's saying it's an EC issue, we should get the charger to come on for a second, then shut back off. I need to find a good ground. So I'm just going to put my probe here. Nothing happened. Put my probe here. So we have 20 volts coming in from the charger, going into these two MOSFETs right here. We can tell that someone's been actively measuring right here, but we have nothing coming out. And so it would go this direction like this, comes through here, and then goes through these, which is handling all the charging. The power management chip's right on the other side of the board. That's why I suspect is actually the problem in this whole process. But I don't know until we pull the board out. Yeah, 49 is like a space heater. 59 is like a space heater. I mean, granted, a laptop 5090 is more like a desktop 5070 or 80. I don't know. I don't know what the. I know they downclock them when down them. You know, don't make them maxed out, but still, we're missing screws already, so we don't have to worry about that. Do I do phone repair as well? No, never. I only work on Dell and Alienware laptops, and I've never even worked on another brand of laptop. One of these days, you'll have to have me open up some other brand just for fun, just to see how bad I am at that. User, thank you. It doesn't perform. Wait, it doesn't. But doesn't performance say worse? Yeah, Area 51, also the 5080, I'm not worried it will perform as well, which is, yeah, I mean, it won't perform as well, but it will also last longer and won't overheat and die quickly into its demise. How about you buy the 5090 and then buy the longest warranty you can get? Do that, you'll be good to go. What I'm concerned with is when you have a machine that's pulling so much current, you're going to have a 360 watt charger in there, and it's sitting there maxing that thing out all the time. You're going to have stuff overheat. You're going to have chips blow up. You're going to have the GPU. I mean, you're going to have to keep the fans clean all the time, or you just buy a desktop. So if I was going to buy a laptop, I'd buy a medium graphics card, 4070 or 5070. Or 80s at most, but 70s is the sweet spot, I think. And then I would get a desktop. 360 watt won't be enough. I think that machine comes with a 360 watt. They don't do the double chargers on those newer ones. So the older Area 50 ones, they would actually have two chargers you had to plug in the machine at the same time. But I think what they do is they make it where you're not charging the battery or something like that. So I don't know. Wouldn't it be funny to fix some other brand of laptop on a Sunday stream? Yeah, that could be fun. I am looking at a new series that I'm going to come up with that is, and I could show you all this because I was going to do a video on this. It is something I stumbled upon and I'm completely flabbergasted by it. And but there's these people on eBay that are selling these machines that are, here I'll have to show you in a second, but they're selling these laptops and they're advertising them with Windows 11. They're advertising them with DVD drives. It comes with a DVD optical drive. They're even sometimes advertising with Windows 7. But basically the gist is they're selling these really, really old laptops, new in box, and trying to get you to think that they're like the latest and greatest. They're trying to prey on older people. Try a Lenovo Think series. Tell us what you think the difference are between latitudes and precision. Okay, so I have to buy one of those machines, I guess, and try it out. Just buy like a broken one on eBay and see what happens. Yeah, I know that supposedly those Think series are supposed to be the Think pads, right? The business machines, very businessy. Those are the equivalent. Come on, people. I have an old phone I'd rather like. It started to reboot in a boot loop. Even when the charger is on. Can't help with the phone, man. Can't help with the phone. Get some coffee. Lenovo's are good. Good. Lenovo ThinkPads are nothing like the older ThinkPads. Yeah, because I didn't, I just know that, yeah, the ThinkPad brand, got purchased by that Lenovo. And I didn't know where the quality went after that. I have no idea. Okay. And the motherboard is out. Are Alienwares reliable or loads of problems? It's not a problem thing. There are different Alienwares that have issues that are common, or like known issues or common issues that I've found over the years, but it's not like one tends to have more problems than another. It's just if you're getting something that's going to be running really, really hot, right? then actually I'm not going to take this off. I don't want to deal with the liquid metal right now. Then you're going to have issues in general over time if you don't keep it clean or things like that. So let's just say you did regular maintenance, right? Kept the fans completely clean, and that would be the main thing. And then if you did that, then you'd probably be okay. But if you sat there and ran video games all day long, every single day, or you're running like AI LLMs on your machine, and then you're like, I don't know why this thing just crashed. I realized that my ISO got turned down. Because you're running so many watts through that machine, 360 watts at minimum. Excuse me. Yeah, 360 watts. So you're destined to have components blow out. My whole point is that it's not like that one's less reliable than another, but you're going to have issues on machines that are running hot. So if you can keep them cool, then you're fine. Yeah, find a DC jack for this thing. I don't know if I have a DC jack for one of these in here. Best way to clean the fans that have gallium CPU, well, light it on fire. So if it has gallium, it doesn't matter how you clean it. You just clean the fans, once every month or once every 2 months, just a can of air through the side and the back. And if you just did that on a regular basis, then you won't have any buildup and then you won't have any issues. Now, if you want to de-liquid metal it, like I'm saying, it's fine to even have liquid metal as long as the laptop just stays on the desk all the time. But the problem you're going to have is if the liquid metals, if you keep your laptop in your laptop bag or you put it in a backpack and things like that. So some people just choose to take the liquid metal off immediately and just put PTM 7950 on it. But if you what I just say is just have a can of air, just hit it the back, hit the sides once a month. Just takes a second, and then it will never have the buildup. All right, so I have a DC jack plugged in here, so that way I can measure the voltages. I just want to see. We're not getting anything when we plug this in, right? We're getting nothing. No tengo nada. So definitely not an EC chip issue, or else we would have it spike up just for a second. Here's our power management chip. Was that changed out? Can't tell. Let's see if we're getting our voltages at our power management chip. Oh, man. Hey, you can't talk in caps, bro. Turn those caps upside down. Even older laptop. There's a lot of words in this chat right now. I can't even keep up with that. There's just too many words. Too many words. You work with IoT and you're crying over a quality of non-IoT devices. Seemed like a first world problem. Oh my goodness. So yeah, we have something wacky here. So we should have 20 volts right here going into our power management chip. So we're definitely not getting anything all the way over here. What was the chip he said he replaced? When someone else works on things, it's hard. It makes it so hard. He replaced the PUS005. The PUS005. Blurry, but some pins look bridged. Do they look bridged? Let's see if I can make it a little sharper for you. I think it's just dirty. Yeah, I think it's just dirty. Does anyone know where the PUS005 is? The old PUS5? The old PUS5? Is this the PUS5? Looks very PUS5-y. It only has one zero, though. What does the PUS5 do? I don't know why I keep saying that. Oh my gosh. So he said it was blown. Let me just... Oh my gosh. Why was it blown? Like, we're not getting anything in this area. I'm just checking for shorts real quick. So this is ground. What? Let me make sure that that's the right chip too. Looks dry, no bridging. I don't think there's any bridging going on. Let me grab our test board, our cheater board. Donor board, where are you donor boards? I don't know. I don't know. Here's one. Gosh, cannot clear my throat. All right, here we go. This is I don't know if it's the same board exactly. Nope, it's not. Let me see if I can grab the other one. This is an R1. Let's see if I have an R2. I don't have an R2. Great. I'll have R1s. Right. Okay. Well, that may make it difficult without having an R2 board. I guess I've never had an R2 board fail. But let's look at the power circuitry over here. See if it's the same. Hey, we have a +5 over here too. There you are. There you are, +5. What number of chip do we have here? The old 170E 3983. And then that's a totally different chip. I mean, it doesn't mean it's different. 393. Can't read that. Looks like the previous chip, pin 1, was on the wrong side orientation. Okay, let's see. Pin 1's here. So it's the same orientation for that. So let's see what this chip number is exactly. So S393, I guess that's what they're calling that one. Let's see if this has the same numbers as that. 393. So I guess that's the same type of chip. All right, let's see what voltages we're getting here. Diode's off center. Yeah, I see the diode being a little feng shui. You know. But what I think is weird, I mean, because I would say it's a power management chip issue if we had, we're not getting that voltage there, which is, I don't know where this 20 volts that comes in here, comes through here. Is this blown? That's good. But I don't even know what this chip does. I don't know what the old +5 does. Does anyone know what the +5 does? We'll probably look it up. Let's see if we can find something here. Check LDO. That's a good point. The LDO, there's a 5 volt on here. I don't know where the LDO is on this thing either. Where is it at? This board doesn't fail that much, so it's kind of harder to find some stuff on here sometimes. Where are you? Where's the LDO? There's our EC chip. That may be it. I wish I had a charged battery too, because then we can really tell if we were getting, that's a weird point. I feel like we must have a short somewhere, because if we have 0.1 everywhere, 0.2, the motherboard is a little dirty. So we're in continuity mode again. If we have an EC chip issue, if there was an EC chip issue, then there would be a short, or then the motherboard wouldn't turn on battery. Although we haven't confirmed it comes on a battery. You got 10 ohms here. That's kind of close to the GPU. No short there. I feel like there has to be a short somewhere in here. PS5 is precision voltage capacitor. Precision voltage comparator. Okay. So it's a comparator. But if we replaced it already. I need to put music on. I need it. I need music. We need some music to help me go. Okay. Let's plug in a test board, I guess, and then figure out what voltages we're supposed to have. Actually, let me see if I have a schematic. We might get lucky. We might get lucky. I don't like showing schematics that much on streams, but we'll do it for science. Okay. So, where we at? So we're going to do this orientation. Wait, this is not the right board. This machine doesn't have RAM slots. That's what I hate about schematics. Yeah, this is a X17, even though it's labeled as an X15 R2 right here. Great. So I can do the R1 if it's going to load. So here's the R1. All right. And sometimes you'll get a schematic when you import it. It's going to be backwards. So if we look here, I'm going to just flip back and forth between the overhead and this view, just so you can see. I don't know why things are freezing up on me, but you can see how the board's shaped like this. And if we go back to the schematics, although I have the CPU. Hold on, I have it backwards. Sometimes it just needs to be mirrored is my whole point. So this one actually is correct. So forget what I said, reverse that, don't worry about it, but you see the shape here. Sometimes you have to reverse the board's orientation, but it's fine. Okay, let me pull this off the side so I can see the chat at the same time. Otherwise I can't see what you're saying. All right, so we're gonna get down in here, down and dirty. Here's our PUB, and here's our PUS. Here's all +5. And it has inputs, outputs. Goes here. And he said it was burnt, right? What did he say it was? Had shorted. Does that mean that it was burnt? Yeah, we should check those diodes around there. That's a good point. Because we have this double diode here. That might be a good thing to check. You're right. I like that. I like where you're going. We're in diode mode. That's fine. Do we even get voltage over here on this pin here? You're late. What's the problem with the board? This board supposedly powers off battery, but I don't have a battery. We're at 0.1 volts here. So this is going to be... I think we need to go further back, because if this is getting 0.1 here, then the chip's not the issue. We need to go further back from that. we're not even to a part where we need to worry about. Okay, so we need to go back. So we're going to go back some. Oh, man. Oh, there's more pusses over here. Why are there so many pusses everywhere? All right, I'm going to go back to the input because we need to start the starting and not work our way backwards. But we should be getting, that 0.01 keeps going everywhere. So I just need to figure out why we have 0.01 everywhere instead of, or is it 0.1 or 0.01? That's 0, 0. Like the main power rail, main power rail doesn't have it. But we did see it on this. Do you think we just have a bad, wait, you can't see me, sorry. Do you think we just have a bad LDO? No, because this is the 19 volts coming in, and we don't have 19 volts there either. Interesting. This is our LDO. No, wait, where'd it go? This one right here. Oh, this is fan enable. Fan enable? So 5 volts. Okay, so that's not our LDO. Where's our LDO at? PDS03, voltage injection, heat sensing. Well, I mean, we don't have a short yet. If we find a short, then we can inject voltage, but we don't have a short. How do we find JFix on Discord? You just type in the exclamation point Discord, it'll pull up his Discord. What am I looking for? Where is our LDO? You're amusing and fun to watch and listen. Yeah, especially when I'm feeling a little weird. I'm feeling a little stumped, man. No, it's just like whenever other people work on this first, because it's like, he said this was shorted. Why was it? I hate whenever I don't switch views. Sorry about that. Why is this shorted? Or why was it shorted? And then it's not shorted. And we don't see any shorts anywhere on the board. Now, whether the shorted meaning it was shorted to ground or shorted meaning it was passing through voltage, I don't know. And apparently the machine actually functions. So it's going to be on the charge circuit somewhere. And we don't have a short anywhere over here. I mean, I feel like we should have a short somewhere. Should we go thermal to see if anything spikes? No, because it's not pulling any current either. Should we jump? That's what we can do. Should we jump it? That might be a little bit crazy to do. Should we jump this MOSFET? Jump the MOSFET, man. All right, I'm jumping the MOSFET. Are y'all ready for this? Oh, hell no, you're crazy. Well, you can see all the scratches here. We get ready for a spark. Ah, sparky. Okay, so we got 20 volts on our main power rail. Do we have the rest of our power rails? Oh wait, I don't see our, where's my power meter? Hold on, let me go back over here. There we go. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, are we pulling any current now? I'm going to unplug the charger, plug it back in. See if we pull any current. We're still sitting at 0, 0. This works on batteries supposedly. I need to go run and go grab another battery. Here, let me go grab a battery from my test machine real quick. I'm not going to drag y'all out there. I'll be right back. Unless I have a machine here. I don't think I have a machine over here. And I don't have my test batteries here. Here, hold on, let me check this tub. I might have one in here. Yeah, I don't have a battery in there. Okay, I'll be right back. Let me go grab a battery. Because I just want to make sure this thing turns on before we start messing with it too much. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear me go all the way out here again, but... all the way out here. Okay, got one. Got a battery. All right. Okay. It's 10-4. Okay, we got a battery. Let me go ahead and plug this in. Let's see if we get our voltages. Let's test our battery voltage. All right, 11.8 on the battery. Yep. And now let's check our voltages over here. What's up, homies? Welcome to the stream. Well, 3 volt and 5 volt aren't running right now. We do have 11.3 on the main power rail. Let's see what voltages we have over on this, the old pusses. The old puss 5. What you got over here? 0.1 still. 0.1 still. 4 volts on the charging circuit. Let me plug in the charger, see if it does anything different. Is the EC getting voltage? Supposedly the thing turns on, so I don't know. I'm about to check actually. All right, I'm going to install it in the system temporarily just so we can figure out if it turns on, and then we can move on with life. Hello, hello. And I think the JFix stream should be starting in a few minutes, right? The charity stream. We're going to head over there in a little while and go hang out with them. That's going to be fun. And all the donations to this stream are going to be donated to their charity that they're doing, which is a children's hospital, I believe. Merry Christmas. Hey, thank you, Mark. Thanks for that donation. Okay, got that. Got that. We will know momentarily if this thing actually works. I wish I would have done this at the starting. Bottom right, 8 pin. Okay, let's see what you're saying here. Okay, so Root is saying that check the VCC pin on AS393 should be the bottom left. Okay, we'll check that momentarily. Let's just see if we get our screen here. Power button's plugged in, screen's plugged in. Motherboard not screwed in, so it could fall out at any moment. And we have picture. Okay, so it is working. And let's go into diagnostics actually and see what it does in when we plug in a charger. Okay, so right now it's a discharging state. I'm going to plug in the charger. And it doesn't even recognize or do anything when we plug it in. Okay. All right, so now we've at least settled that. So we know the system works. We know that it's going to be some sort of input charging issue. And so now we're going to check the pin number 8. I think we're not getting VCC anywhere, from what I could tell. Okay, get that out of the way. All right, so push 5 is right here, so pin 8. That's what I was measuring on, yeah, so if we come over here to pin 8, I was getting 0.1, and that's what we keep getting everywhere is 0.1 volts. And so, I don't have the charger plugged in. Even when I have the battery plugged in there, I get 0.1. Excuse me. So I plug in the charger or I plug in the battery, I get 0.1 volts on that pin. So what's producing that 0.1 is what we're going to try to backtrack, or where it's supposed to go. Sorry, I was plugging in the DC jack. All right, let's try it again. So charger plugged in. And we got 0.1, or 0.01 actually. So 0.01. Hey, thanks for the gifted membership. You saved another laptop. Thank you for saving another laptop. Gifted sub. Nice. I think the VCC line is broken or something. A blown capacitor or resistor. Well, let's figure out where that goes again. I mean, we can go back over here and look, but again, I don't. It's like, do we start forward or backwards? That's the question. Do we start from over here and start to work backwards, right? So this is an out, so that's going that way. Those are just capacitors. We have a tap here, and then these are all coming over here too. So is it produced over here? There's another puss. Is it this guy right here? 3.3 in 80p. Let's go to that area. That is this area. So is that another one of those guys? I don't know if the schematic's the same. So is this a double diode? I think this is a double diode, right? Let's just test that real quick. I'm getting no measurement here. Where's my test board at? You want me to check pin 8 of the old push 6? We can do that. All right, this is doing the same thing. So maybe the old push 6 blew out too, huh? Push 8 and push 6, or push 5 and push 6, they failed at the same time. Where's pin 1? Right here, pin 1, pin 8. Okay. Plug in the charger. Oh my gosh, I keep sliding. There we go. 0.01 still. 0.01 still. Dead. So what is... So this one, this is push 6. I feel like it has to go through here. Let me measure the voltage on this side of this diode here. PQ is not push.
Put in your calendar the 21st of December, 5:30 UK time. 5 amazing YouTube repair channels will be united together for charity.
I have his stream up
will go to an
on this other window
charity,
here.
The Rocking R, who provide gaming carts to sick children in hospital.
What's
we have
going on
lots
here?
of fun things planned to get you in the Christmas spirit, and there will be some giveaways.
I don't know where his window is here.
PCDD will be our host for the evening, reading your comments in chat, keeping an eye on what we're doing, and giving you some more information about the great charity. Andy from Swindon Electronic Repairs will be in hot seat number 1, working on our Christmas project.
What's going on here?
Any of your projector repair questions. Russ from Rusty Russ Repairs will be in hot seat number 2.
Are we there? I don't know what's going on here. Did we lose everybody? Oh my gosh. I'm not sure if I set it up where, like, when I stop it was going to redirect, but I wonder if it sent everybody over to the other stream. I think I just lost everybody. Oh, it's still here. Well, the Twitch is still here because I didn't have a raid on you guys, but I think all of YouTube just got sent over to them. Oh no, y'all are here. Okay, I don't know where this is playing from though, because it started their stream and I can't remember where. It's on one of these other tabs then somewhere. I just can't find it. That's funny. Where is it at? Where's the sound coming from? I had to turn it down. Give me a second. I'm just going to close some of these windows out here. Okay. Weird. I literally do not have it open on any window. I don't know. Ace Repairs. Oh my gosh. It's still talking. I can still hear them. Sorry.
So we've got the big fat man himself. No, he's coming later. We've got Father Christmas himself, as we would call it. Merry Christmas, spelled with a K. We all know
Alt F4.
MK.
Yeah, I'm going to close my browser out real quick and just see.
Hello, hello, PCDD. Ho, ho, ho.
All the way over from the North Pole.
Weird.
Yes, Sweden, exactly.
I think they piped me in.
The North Pole, isn't it?
I think they must have piped me in there.
It's
on the phone. No, I just closed my browser out.
What can I do?
So
It's a little bit chilly. You are looking
they somehow
good in
piped
red.
me
I'll
into
let
it,
you see you back on top.
and I don't know how I did that.
Thank
But
you very much.
Thank you very much.
let's see.
And whilst we're talking about Santa Claus,
This is weird.
we have got Rudolph the Red-Nosed J-Fix as well. Let's read J-Fix live.
JFix.
Hello.
All right.
James.
Hello guys.
This is so strange.
We've got lights as well.
We've got lights as well. He's got a flashing
I don't even know what the heck's going on. Okay, hold on. I'm going
I
to
do
move
not
our
see
view
it.
here.
It is J-Fix.
I literally closed my whole browsers out, so I have not a single browser open.
Sunny.
Do you even know what a browser is? I closed my browsers, so I have no Chrome tabs.
Wow,
I think
chatters
the
are
audio
coming in.
broke on that one, guys. I think the audio
Yeah.
broke. So, the one you have been waiting for.
I don't even know.
The person
I don't even know what to
you've
think
all
here.
been, well, all can I say? Dreaming about.
Does
This
anyone
person does not leave anything to
know
the
how the sound is coming in here, or where it's coming from?
Who nearly drowned in the bath trying to smell their own farts. And all we'll
Is it
say,
Discord?
It is
Oh, he's live on
not
Discord.
only the delectable Mandy.
Boom. Found it. Oh my god, what an idiot. Okay. My Discord was open. God. Okay. That was a faux pas. Okay. We're good now. All right, back to the repair. Back to the repair. We will go over to JFixes soon, but that kind of threw me for a loop there. Okay, so where were we? Okay, back. Yeah, it was Discord. Boom. Okay, so someone was saying something about something, and then something else, and then something else happened. So I've been hacked. JFix hacked me. Now I'm scrolling up here. Scrolling up to all the chats that y'all had here. Okay, PUS 3 volts out. That's right. This is what I wanted to check. I wanted to see what we have on these guys here. I want to see what voltages we have. See if we have any voltages. So we have nothing there. I have the motherboard plugged in. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing, nothing. Nothing. Nothing, nothing. We got a lot of nothing here. Do we have anything anywhere? I mean, again, all we're doing is getting to here, right? And then it doesn't go past it. And then if I jump it, I can get voltage over there, right? So if I jump it, do I get the... I'm going to jump this again. Old Sparky Spark in the house. Do we have pin 8 now? Nope, still don't have pin 8 with me jumping that. Sorry, it was hard for me to do it at the same time. So I measured pin 8 here with me jumping it. It gave 0.01 and then it gave 0.1. Okay, was it 0.1 when it was a battery and the 0.01 without the battery? So right now we're at 0.01. Let me plug in the battery. The battery's getting, gosh, I keep putting me out of the view. Okay, and the battery's getting plugged in. Now the battery's plugged in and we got 0.1. Unplug it. Now it's staying at 0.1. So battery's unplugged, and then let's see if the main power rail came up. Now we have 0.2 on the main power rail, but that's just capacitors because I unplugged the charger and it's staying charged up. You have to run? Well, Greg, thanks for stopping by. What? Check pin 8 of PUS 6. That's what we just did. Paramus, what are you talking about, buddy? Isn't that this one? PUS 6. Pin 8. That's where we're getting the 0.01. Unless it's delayed, and you probably just asked me. Okay, so PDS03 has 3.3. PD. Where's PD? Where are you at? PD. Is it on the other side? Where's PDS03? Is it on the other side with it? So V reference out of PUS 05 and 06. Reverse 0.1 versus 0.01. If 20 volts is getting there, it should be 3.3. PUS gives 0.01 first. Yeah. Hold on. Oh, I'm still scrolled up. That's why. I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like reading these old messages. I just realized. Sorry, people. Oh my gosh. Okay, no current, no current, no current. Yes, board view shows power supply, battery, entry, security mode. Reset the board security battery. Oh, that's not going to do anything. You haven't found the LDO yet. No, I haven't actually. Good point. I haven't found the LDO. I have not found the LDO. Oh, I have not found the LDO. The other side with PDS03. Find PDS03. So there's PDS03. And then what are we trying to check on the PDS03? Because I just checked on either side of that. We're not getting anything, that whole area. So, well, this is, oh, that's PQ. Hold on. PDSO3 right here. So we get nothing. That's PQ again. Wait a minute. Wait, these are PQs. Where's the PDs? I could have sworn those are diodes. PD. Here's some PDs. 0101. PU. That's funny. I checked that as a diode a second ago. You guys probably yelled at me and I didn't notice. Oh, let me flip it back over and look at the other side again. Reset the board security. I don't even understand what that means. PUSO6 or other side. Okay. I'm just looking over here. I just want to see if there's PDB02, PDB01. What's going on here? Okay. We have something. It's moving around a little bit. 0.02. I was pulsing for a second, I feel like. So this is 0.2 on this side. And this side is 0.01. 0.04 is like, it's almost like a capacitor's charging. I did a little, yes. Oh, so PU0S. What is the plug? Thermal cam. I mean, there's nothing hot at all, but we can turn it on. There can't be anything hot because there ain't no current being pulled. That's the thing. That's the thing. But sometimes you'll see something really, really faint. So we can look at it. It doesn't add up. Left on the plug. Are you talking about the plug, the charger plug? This board is the 11. So it's the L661, but it might be the 11P, I believe. Let's see if it has the full board number somewhere. This one I didn't have a schematic for, so the schematic we're looking at is actually for a different version. Oh, yeah, it's right there. So 11P. All right, is the cable from the DC jack seated properly? Yes, because it is getting voltage to the board, right? So we have it plugged in. It's plugged in, and then we get voltage to the board. That's not the issue. It's getting past these MOSFETs are the issue, right? So if I measure here, we have 20 volts. If I jump this MOSFET, then we get voltage on our main power rail, right? So if I just take my tweezers and say, screw it, I'm just going to jump over this, we get a big spark, and now I have 20 volts on the main power rail right here, okay? And then I can measure over here, I have 20 volts. I have 12.5 going to the battery. I bet we'll even start charging. Well, I don't know if we'll charge the battery, but we still don't have that power rail. We don't have this 5 volts over here. We don't have. We have 0.1 now over here instead of 0.01, but no current's showing on the screen after I jump this. So all the power rails are still like in relaxation mode. Okay, look, we got 3.3 here now, right there. Let's see if the thermal camera is showing anything warm, actually. Let me get in a better position. All right, that's a reflection here in the middle. So I'm going to jump this MOSFET again. Let me just pull this thing off so we don't have that reflection. So you keep an eye out. Okay, here we go. Because the EC chip's not coming on. The EC chip's over here. You would see that come on. So I mean, we're missing a voltage rail somewhere. We're missing something, right? And it's probably the LDO of some sort, but you have it for the 613. Do you really? The one that I have that says it's for a 613 is not right. So if I pull that up, is it called, does it say Rev 2 Selfman? Because the one I pulled up that said it was for the L613P Rev 2 actually was the X17 board. Totally different device. 10 ohm resistor should have 20 volts on it even if it don't jump to the MOSFET. So which resistor we're looking at here? Why not trigger the MOSFET gates? Why are the MOSFET gates not triggering? Well, it's because the power management chip's not powered on. So the power management chip controls those, and the power management chip's right here, but we don't have 20 volts to the power management chip. So normally we'd have 20 volts right here. We don't have that. And then we don't have our VDD, which is our 5 volts that powers it. Oh, sorry, you can't see that, but this is not powered on, so we don't have 5 volts here, which isn't, it can't power anything else. I mean, we could have a bad MOSFET, I guess, but. We can't inject voltage if we don't have a short. PMC needs to have an LDO power on. Needs LDO to power on. Yeah. Well, let's see where the input is for that. Maybe we can find the LDO from that. That's actually a good point. That's a good point. So let's go back over to our power management chip. Let's see if we can find the LDO input. Which pin is it where it should be getting power? I don't know. Because normally I thought that it got power right here, and then this is an output that powers the other chips. That's my interpretation of it. But again, I just go by whatever I work on. LDO stands for low dropout. It's a linear voltage regulator that powers chips whenever the machine is off. So most power supplies on a laptop is going to be a switching power supply where you're actually actively pulsing MOSFETs to create a lower voltage from a higher voltage, but a linear voltage regulator is going to be something that is a passive component that gets hot. It uses, it reduces voltage linearly, which gets hot. Find it on the EC chip. Okay, let's do that. See if we could find it on here. That's programming header. I don't know if I have a schematic for this. I think I just have the board view. You won't get power from the LDO. It won't pass through the power. What's the charger pin? Charger pin. Let's see. Okay. Anyone? Is it jumping out at anybody? I don't know if the charger pin. ECC. I'm looking for. Just type in !point Discord. And I'll pull you the show the Discord address. I don't see it here either. I don't have a schematic, is the problem. Should be able to find the nets. (1.5 LDO, 1.8, 3.3, PD. That looks promising. But PD is that one, oh, it's in the middle over here. That may go to the CPU. Hold on. So battery LDO, VCC, LDO enable. That's on the chipset. We have 20 volts coming out of the charger. 20 volts is not present at the 10 ohm resistor at VCC pin of the ISL. Correct. That's correct. So do we have a blown resistor? Is that what you're basically saying? I know that this, I tested this resistor already, right here. But I'll test again for you, because I was assuming that we weren't getting any voltage through here. But we have 10 ohms. So we should have voltage coming through here, right? It's not here. And this resistor is fine, but where does sight go? I mean, maybe we can trace that back. That's a good point. I like what you're thinking. I like what you're thinking. The pizza is not easy with this one. Okay, so we need to go here, and then that's going to go through this, apparently. So we don't have it there. And then, so if we trace it back to here, right, so it's coming through here, then it's coming through this double diode, so we should have 20 volts here then, right? And if we don't have 20 volts there, then we still don't have it. Right? So there's no 20 volts here, and there's no 20 volts here. So now we need to figure out where that goes, right? Trace it back. We're going to walk backwards here. We're going backwards. All right, so we can go this way or we can go this way. I think this way is the better way to go. So it's getting 20 volts from this area. That doesn't make sense, because this area is not going to be energized until later. So it must be the other leg. It must be this leg. No, but that's from the battery. Okay, well. Okay, weird. Weird. All right, so I'm starting to think a little bit. So when I jump this MOSFET here, when I jump this, boom, this whole thing gets energized. I get 20 volts here. So I'm wondering if we actually have our power management chip on at that point. Let me go ahead and do something crazy. And I'm just going to solder a wire across here quickly. Just because I'm crazy. Because I'm crazy. The reason why I'm going to do that is so that way I can measure on the other side of the board, because I can't measure the power management chip. But if I just solder a wire across this, then it will just be on 2 hours later. I know. This is a weird one. So it's almost like there may just be a bad input MOSFET or something like that. Weirdness. But without knowing why we're missing something here, so if we can just take this out of the loop, then I don't need to worry about it, right? So I'm just going to add a little properly calibrated wire. Jumping the MOSFET is irrelevant if it needs to be switched on. No, well, the reason why I'm jumping it is because then I can energize there, which I just want to see if we're energizing the power management chip properly. And, oh, this is a piece of solder. I want to figure out if the power management chip is energizing properly, if it charges a battery or does things like that, if it's something that's a detection issue with another device or something like that. Okay. Proper. And we fixed it! I can't believe! Okay, so now if I plug in the charger, no sparks, which is good. This is just for testing purposes, but we have 20 volts here. Okay, so now I want to flip it over and see if we have 20 volts at our pin over here. Do we have 20 volts here? We have 20 volts here now. Do we have 20 volts there? Do we have our... Now we have our VDD coming out. And do we have AC detect, which is this pin? And our AC detect is there. So we have all of our voltages that we need now. Every single one of the voltages. So let's plug in the battery and see if it charges, and then let's see if the machine powers on off of it. But did we get current draw still? I think we weren't getting current draw though, which is weird, right? I don't think it should charge. Yeah, we're still getting 0, 0 when we plug it in. So we're not going to get any, it's not going to charge. Should have cooked the BIOS. The machine boots off the battery, so it's not a BIOS issue. 0.02 for a second. I missed it. Let's try it again. 3, 2, 1. Nope. 3, 2, 1. Nope. All right, let me measure the voltages now over here on our 3 volt and our 5 volt. No 3 volt, no 5 volt. All right, so what do you think here? This is kind of weird. So if we jump that, we are getting our voltages to our power management chip, which is giving a good VDD out. Delete the video and call it good. Flossable volt high ability. Oh my gosh. That seems fine. The power supply. It's the Wi-Fi card. Control-Alt-Delete. You guys are just saying random shit. There's no pen detect. There's no pen detect. Are you talking about for the PSID? Or what are we talking about? Buy a new one. So AC detect is missing, I bet. No, it was there. It was there. That's why I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you, and it was there. That was kind of my whole point of doing this, that jumper wire, is to get voltage over here. So AC detect is this last pin on here. Right? What chip is this? I can't remember what chip this is. This is a 9241H, and I believe it's the last pin is the AC detect, which is this one. And we have 3.3. And then our first pins are 19 volts. And our second pin is our 5 volt VDD. Zero current is bad. Yep. PSID. Okay, so you're thinking it's PSID related, but this machine should power on without a PSID detection. But I mean, I'll test it and see. Look at that. Look at that fancy footwork right there. That's crazy good. Crazy good. PSID pin is, let's see, the grounds are on this side. It's probably this last pin. So we have 3.1. Yeah, so I think our PSID is there at least. Something I want to check. Actually, let me do this. Let me flip it back over. I'm going to measure the 3 volt and 5 volt when I plug in the charger, because that's actually an EC issue when it does that. Nope, that doesn't work at all. Yeah. Okay, saw nothing. So you have the 615. Okay, so let's see if I can find that. You put it on Discord for me. Let's see where you posted it. See where you posted it. So you got download, open, Rev 1. Okay, that's promising. It's the schematic at least. Okay, it's not the board view, but it's the schematic. That will get us closer. All right, let me put that on my computer. I got to select the right schematic you just gave me. Okay, so we have a schematic now, so maybe that will help us. I don't know. We will see. We will see. Oh my gosh, too many windows. Okay, so why aren't we getting our voltage? Okay, so it's tapping off of here. I'm trying to think about this. I'm trying to think about this logically here. The board needs ultrasonic cleaner, maybe. Check the VCC where the EC is. So the EC is over here. I mean, the EC is working with the battery plugged in. I want to see something real quick, actually. I want to see something. I'm going to plug that in the battery and the charger, and I'm going to jump the power button, which is these two pins right here. Look, we're pulling current. We're pulling current. If I unplug, okay, so it actually is starting up. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Okay, battery unplugged. Let me just plug this in. I just want to see if it does it without it. 0.01, that's sitting at 0, which is weird, so we just assumed it wasn't working. So now, if I jump it, it's not working. Okay, it's not working. So now we plug in the battery. So the battery will give us whatever missing voltages we need. That's why I was believing it was going to work with the battery plugged in. And then now we'll plug this in, or press the power button, and now we're pulling current and it's starting up. So we're missing a voltage somewhere. We're missing a pull up, we're missing a, something going somewhere, you know what I mean? And so whenever the battery's plugged in, then it's supplying that missing voltage. And once we fix that missing voltage, then we won't need to jump this MOSFET anymore. You fixed it, it's working. What, dodgy? No, not dodgy. Poor design. It's a poor design. Look, I just made it better. I fixed it, less things to break. It's a properly calibrated wire. This is a great calibrated wire. It's a fuse wire. It's ready to blow whenever it needs to blow. Oh, we got the board view now. Yeah, so I have the board view for that one already, the 611. That's the one we're using right now. Oh, was the 61, wait. So maybe it is an R2 that we're looking at already. What board view we're looking at? Oh, no, I'm looking at this. Okay, hold on. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Let me check this. I might have a 611. 611. Nope, I don't. Okay. I will take it. So he just sent me the board view also. But we got to figure out what's wrong. We got to figure out what's missing. Something's missing somewhere, and I don't know what it is. It says I have this already. 611. I thought I just checked there. Come on, people. It drives me crazy because sometimes I try to pull up schematics and it doesn't show up, and I have to say view all files, and then it shows up. No, it's not working. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but I'm just trying to get this copied into the right folder, but it says I already have it. I'm confused. Don't be confused. Downloads, board view, cut, paste. Says I already have it. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, we do have the right one. All right, so we still need to actually load the schematic in here too. Okay, so now we have this loaded up, but now what? Where do we start? We haven't figured out what's missing, but we need to figure out what's there. Okay, yeah, I think I already had it somewhere in there, but anyway. All right, so now we can focus here. Okay, so low battery, nice keyboard. You like my keyboard? Is that like a compliment? You want to try to pick me up? It's a pickup line. Yeah, the 611 and the 613 schematic, that's what we got. Trace it back to the MOSFET gate to see if there's any broken paths or fuses. Well, the thing is that the gate, I mean, that MOSFET we're jumping in is working. Thanks for the lesson, sir. Well, thank you for the donation, Bruce. Hey, oh, Bruce, thank you. Why don't you program the EC? Sure, I can program the EC. That could fix it. I don't know. Maybe it will. It's kind of strange. We did run into something the other day where I was like, no, it can't be the EC because it's not going to be the issue because it charged the battery, but then it ended up being the EC anyway. So I could definitely do that. We could flash the BIOS then. We could actually trick the system and flash the BIOS, and that will do the EC. We can do that. Sure. Sure, let's do that actually. I will flash the BIOS. Which way does this go? Which way do you go? Double diode where it won't start. Yeah, because that's why I feel like it has to be the double diode, but then that double diode, if we're talking about like near the power management chip, that one wasn't getting voltage on either side, and then now it is getting voltage, so we're getting all that near the power management chip. So all the power management stuff is working. So PMIC is not getting enabled. Power management chip is getting enabled now that we jumped the MOSFET. Do we have a bad input MOSFET? Probably not, because nothing else is working. It won't start. Unless it's detecting it's a bad MOSFET. No, but the chip is coming on. Can anyone help with the Discord link? I only get JFix when I do Discord. Yeah, I don't have a Discord, so I use this JFix Discord. So if that's what you're interested in, that's what we have. I don't do Discord. Well, I don't have time for it, so you join his community, I'm on there, and we socialize on there. So you can ask questions and do stuff like that. But I don't offer my own Discord. I don't have time for it. And that's what I've decided. Technically multiple places. I'm just going to boot this up and flash the BIOS if you're wondering what I'm doing. These are all the wrong screws, but I think he said that he had to replace all these screws. You look tired. I am kind of getting tired feeling. Yeah. But it is exhausting to talk for hours on end without stopping. We are 3 hours in right now, and we will be forwarding over to the JFix thing, charity stream, in a moment. I just want to get this thing to turn on first. I want the picture really badly. Friendly reminder, no repair questions in chat. Correct. So you can join the Discord, ask repair questions in there. I don't have the bandwidth to answer those and talk to chat and do all this stuff all at the same time. So thank you, DIY Dave, for letting people know about that. All right, so this isn't going to work without my famous battery here. It won't charge the battery either. I think we probably have a bad, oh, it has to be more coffee. Yeah, I'm out. So what is the path is broken? What is the path? Which path are we talking about? Because I don't know which path is broken, but which path is broken, I don't know. If it boots, we win. That's right. That's how we gauge winning, is the boot screen. Okay. Okay, 2 amps. Now hopefully my little calibrated wire is going to hold up. We have a picture! Okay, so I want to flash the BIOS, which will flash the EC chip. So let's get a flash drive. What are we doing right now? So I'm going to boot it up. We're going to flash the BIOS. We're just trying to update the EC chip while we're at it. And then, I mean, I could manually do it, but since the machine turns on, we might as well put a new one on there. And so we will download one from the old Dell. Just something to try. You know, we're trying stuff, we're thinking, we're just like, is it an EC chip issue where it's communicating and saying, hey, don't turn on this power rail because of this, or what? It is kind of a weird symptom. So I'm thinking that if they were saying that there was a chip that was burnt, right? I don't know, or shorted. They said there was a chip shorted. I don't know if that meant that it was burnt or not. That's kind of the issue I have. So I don't know. So I don't know. What do you think? What's your interpretation of that, where they said that they replaced a shorted chip? This one wire is proud. Okay, so we're going to go to, we'll boot up. The ISL chip should receive power straight from the charger via a double diode that comes from the battery. Well, we didn't see that though on the schematic or on the board view. That's what I was looking for actually. So while this is updating, which will take a few minutes, update BIOS flash. Ah, so AC adapter is not detected. It can't tell the AC adapter is plugged in right now. Even though it's pulling some amperage, but it can't tell it's plugged in because it's giving a error saying it needs to be plugged in. So what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? We come down here. Let's see. So it says power rail status failure. But is it going to let me type in here? It's not going to allow me to type in here. Darn it. There's a command you can just type in and this does it. I don't have to think about it, but it's not allowing me to type that command. Hooray! Yeah, let's go back to the board view. I just want to show you what I mean. That's why we had to track this down the way we did. Okay, power management chip. Where art thou? Power management chip was right here. Let me rotate this board because we were looking at in this orientation. Aha, see this one's flipped, right? Yeah, see this is my example of what's the flippy Flipperson issue. All right, so here's the board. Here's a board like this, right? You see that? Okay, so now we go back over to our board view and you'll see it's backwards. So I'm seeing this a lot and I don't know if it's a way for them to get around it being flagged on the internet or something. So you just come up here and then you say mirror board and then that fixes it. So now we have the same orientation. So that's what I was trying to say earlier. Okay, so power management chip needs 19 volts in this line. It comes through this 10 ohm resistor, which goes through this double diode. Oh, look. Is there an extra one here? Well, anyway, so this right here is coming straight from that power, the main power rail shunt resistor, which is what we jumped across to get power to it. And this is coming straight from the battery power rail. So do we have a different thing here? That I didn't see that before. I don't remember them being two. Do you remember them being two? One of the double diodes are bad. I would assume so too. That sounds completely logical to me. Completely. You do remember seeing two. Okay, well, I missed it. All right, I'm going to get this board taken back out, since it was a waste of time. If that's all it is, then we're good. Coffee works. I only remember seeing one. But I'm not the professional here, people. I'm not the professional. How many screws did I put in this thing? By golly. I only put a couple screws in here. I even put a secret screw in. So PQB16 is getting 3.3 volts. I'm not getting anything from anywhere until I put power to the power management chip. So, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, see, I only see one. Oh, and the other one's no pop, right? So they didn't populate the second one. So we're not getting 20 volts here. PQB16. Where's PQB16 anyway, Root? Is it on here somewhere? PQB16? Right here? I mean, right now we're going to get the voltage because I have my jumper in here. Should I take the jumper back out? What do you want to do? My dodgy fix. $20 volts, 20 volts, 20 volts. Well, PQB16, I don't know what the hell that is. We can at least see what all these voltages are supposed to be here. See, we still only have 0.1 over here. Jumper out. So I should take the jumper out. Yeah, okay. Remove jumper first. Oh, that's no pop. Oh, it's not populated. No stuff, no pop. So they didn't stuff it. They didn't populate it. P1. Okay, I'll take the jumper out. But yeah, this is still, even with my jumper in here, I'm only getting 0.1 here. And then we have the battery in there, we're getting 0.1. So, okay, let me take the jumper out. Let me take my magic wire off of here. I can't believe it's magic. You should have 20 volts without the jumper wire. That's correct. I should. I should have a lot without the jumper wire. Where we're going, we don't need that jumper wire, man. Okay, jumper wire out. All right, so we don't have 20. We don't have 20 volts here. We have 1 volt because the capacitors are discharging. So how are we going to get 20 volts here when it only comes through this spot right here? This is the only path we had that we used. Measure for resistance there. You know, we're not having an issue whenever we jumped it on here, right? But where do you want me to measure for resistance? Because that seems to be working fine. Yeah, the ISL chip controls that, controls the MOSFETs. 0.1 is correct, but 0.01 is incorrect. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, that just seemed weird to me. But so 0.01 is what we're getting right now, but when we plug the battery in, we do get 0.1 there. And then when we have our jumper wire on, we get 0.1 there. Okay, so we got that figured out. Missing resistor at the chip. That is probably a no pop. I don't know. Oh. No signal again. It's resetting. Yeah, we had unplugged it. We took that wire off. I can't believe it's not soldered. Move the diode to the unpopped one. You want me to move this over? You want me to do that? Does anyone concur with that? That sounds pretty interesting. It's like an interesting idea. Concur? We got one concur. A bell concur? No, we got a no. We got a no. It seems interesting. I mean, I'd be better off just jumping with my wire right here, but we're not getting 20 volts right here anyway, right? So it doesn't really matter. Because the thing is that, like, I have the charger plugged in. I'm measuring right here. We don't have 20 volts. 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 And the whole point is we're trying to get 20 volts here. So why are we not getting 20 volts here? Well, that ties all the way to that one main current sense resistor. This is not getting any voltage here. We need to trace it back. We need to figure out where it's going. And I don't think it has anything to do with the PSID pin, because these machines will still power on without a PSID. They will. Find the power source in the board view. Find the power source. We need the power. I need some power sources. So where can we get some power? We need some power. So it's like this only goes here. So it only gets power from here or from here. So the battery or the main power rail. But there must be a double diode over here too, because we went over here and just jumped this and turned that on. So, and what's this? That's a capacitor. Okay, so maybe it's coming from this area. Maybe it's this guy. Maybe +2 is giving us issues. That's in though. That's an input. That's an input. Trace back from the diode. That's what I'm trying to do. Where else is it going? Over here. Those are more inputs. Do I have a good board to compare to? I don't have an R2 board. I have an R1. 0.1 means it's feeding back to the ISL chip, but the current resistance is okay. Is it getting the input? Well, let's look. So you're talking about this guy? Where's he at again? Under the HDMI port. That's under the heatsink. Oh, fun. We get to go under the heatsink. Let's go to this one instead. Let's go to that one. I mean, I guess we could have I guess maybe we should take the heatsink off and do some. Okay. All right, I'm going to stop and do this. I'm going to take the heatsink off. We're going to do a physical inspection. I don't know. We could just have a burnt chip somewhere. That's so stupid. Did you do your physical inspection? No. Don't take the heatsink off. The liquid metal will come out. We probably have a blown chip somewhere. Not CPU ISL. You see a trace is incomplete. Physical, probably not. Optical, maybe. I was wondering if PUSO1 is getting voltage. Okay, I can check that. PUSO1, where was that one? That's under the heatsink. That's why I can't do that. PUSO1 is under the heatsink. It's right here. So I can take this heatsink off and we can measure that. There's a PUSO2 on the back of the board that ties to the exact same thing, right? So PUSO2 is accessible from this side of the board. PUSO1 is under the heatsink. Incomplete meaning missing component. Yeah, okay. That's a fun heatsink. Yeah, we're gonna have fun. It's just because it has liquid metal under it, that's why. The heatsink is its own mission. The memory is integrated on this one. CPU, GPU, RAM, everything. Okay, rock it back and forth. It has not been taken off before. It's real tight. It has lots of stiction. So we don't bend up like this because you'll end up bending the pipes. So we're just kind of rock it loose. There we go. And, oh, it only has, okay, so someone's already repasted it. Okay. So it has tons of regular thermal paste. Okay. All right, so now we can take a look over here. PUS. Where are you at? PUSO1? PUSO1. That guy. Is that a burn? They're all tied together. They're all tied together, man. All right, charger's plugged in. 0.02 there. Nothing. 0.1 or 0.01. 0.01. 0.01. I mean, it's just like 0.01 everywhere. There's a burn on the resistor. Someone repasted that thing like crazy. Yeah, they put a lot of paste on there. Look at that. Thing's pasty. It's pasty. Rabbit hole. Yep. Rabbit hole. I mean, we know how to kind of jump it and make it kind of work, but doesn't mean it's going to be fixable like that. I don't know. I mean, I'll figure it out eventually. But without looking around, and I needed to speak to the repair shop and ask him if it was shorted, meaning it was burnt, or was it shorted, meaning he just detected it being shorted, or what? And is it after someone changed something out, or what? I don't see any issues. Okay, yeah, we have to be missing like a double diode or a resistor. What do you think? It has to be one of those two things. Or a diode, just a regular diode. Okay. So PUS01 right next to it. We can check those. Check these doublets. You just want to see if there's voltage on those. I don't think we're getting anything on here. Nothing, nothing, nothing. And then this is the backup version of it. It's not there. At 0.3. 0.3. I mean, we're just not getting 20 anywhere. We're not getting 20 anywhere. 0.3 here. 0.3 there. I mean, 0.3 is a weird number too, right? I mean, it's probably just a capacitor charged up. PD 3050 looks weird. A multimeter is the same for computers and for other stuff. Nathan, what do you mean? A multimeter. That looks weird. Does this look like it's been worked on right here? Looks like liquid damage or something. .3 is a very weird number. So we're 12.5, 3.3. I think we're normal rails these days. They are. Resistance on PU 18.9. Worst comes to worse, you got a donor board. That's right, because we can just grab the parts out of it. Trace back the charging pin. I mean, if the charger detect, make sure that's working. If I don't think that's the issue, because normally these boards would just work with that. Here, let's just look at charger detect since everyone's talked about that. We're going to go over to here. PSID is right there. PSID goes over to there, and then comes over to these guys. PSID detect is all over there. I mean, we got voltage on there, so it's kind of hard to say that it's not working. I think it's working. Because it wasn't detected after I jumped, it doesn't mean anything. Excuse me. All right, so PSID, we've got 3.1. That sounds like a good value to me. 3.1. We have our 0.3 again right here. Good old 0.3. We love our 0.3. You get a 0.3. You get a 0.3. Oh my gosh. You get a 0.3. There was PUS 005 on the schematics. TVS diode. Where's it at? PUS 005. Where's our PUS 005 at? I thought that was over here. PUS 5's here. And then next to the weird resistor. Visual inspection. I know we're doing visual inspection now. We've already went around this whole side though. What are we talking about now? What is the resistance on the 0.3 volt rail every time we have a 0.3? Where do we find some of those? I can't remember. Over here. Is this a 0.3? Was it 0.03? Was it 0.3 or 0.03? Did it just move? Let me go back up here on the CPU side. I think that's where it was. Oh, that's 05. There's a 005. Oh, interesting. Are you kidding me? Why would you put two zeros and name it the same thing? By golly, I think you're on to something then. I'm trying to find that 0.3 volt rail. which doesn't seem to be there anymore. All right, so let me find the 005. That's crazy. Why would you do that to me? Find PUS 005. The PUS 5 is, it's on the SSD area. Are you kidding me? The PUS 005 is over here. What? No way. That's so funny. I can't believe. Okay, so this would make more sense with this whole thing. This is what was messed up, and this is what we stopped to look at, and we're like, this looks weird over here. Okay. All right, I'm checking resistors now. That's funny. There happened to be a PUS 00. I can't believe I keep calling it a PUS. Cracked solder joint. This looks pretty solid. Looks good. Let's just check these resistors though. So we're in resistance mode. 100K ish. $14K and rising. 0. Okay, so I've actually worked in this area before, I believe. So I'm trying to reacquaint myself here. All right, I'm going to plug in the power. I'm going to measure some voltages over here. It's like we just started all over again. That's what I feel like. Like, I feel like we just started over. I wish I would have found this earlier. Okay. So here's a point. So we have 19. Hey, we have 19. Okay. 0.2. Okay. So funny. So funny. And so this is my V1 version of the board. The R1, I mean, the R1 version. And look, it's a big linear voltage regulator. So I'm assuming that that's an LDO of some sort. Okay. I quit. No, I think that thing's bad. I think what they put on there is bad, or it's something's being shorted to that area. So let's just make sure we don't have a short in that area, and then we'll just put a new one on. So that's ground. We have 20 volts coming in here. We should actually have multiple voltages coming out of this thing. And that's ground right there. That's fine. That's fine. And we can also test these diodes while we're at it. Good. Good. Okay. Are we good? All right, let's find one of these guys. I don't know what value it's going to be, but this donor board I'm sure would have something on there. We can't use this one, but we have to find something that's close. Or we can get the value out of the schematic. Or the board view. Maybe the board view will tell us. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. The board view says it's a AP220, 2205. Zoom in on one of the legs. I don't think there's a cracked solder joint. I mean, I can reflow it. I don't think it's a cracked solder joint. I mean, it is kind of a funky soldering job, but I just think it's not producing voltage that it needs to produce. Or they put the wrong part on there. Yeah. Oh, shit. Darn it. I just pulled my whole soldering iron off. And that's spilled all my pieces here. What time is it? 12:40. Okay, we're going to have to finish this up pretty quickly. Is it soldered properly here? I'll solder it properly, and then we can just say it's soldered properly after that. It looks soldered properly to me, but I think the lower right. Okay, we'll just reflow all this stuff. The thing is that we have 19 volts coming into it, and then we're getting weird point voltages coming out of it. So 0.2s and 0.3s and things like that. There's a bunch of solder on this leg right there, on that leg. But all that's soldered good, That's soldered good. Everything's good. Pin 3 is enable, and there's nothing. Pin 3 is enable? Really? LDO. Enable LDO. You're right. You're on to something. But where does that go? The problem with that, see, it's so weird. So you see how this is not even populated right here? So if you look at the schematic, this is enable, and then there's a little jumper wire here, or a jumper piece. There's nothing there. So how is it supposed to be enabled if there's nothing there to enable it? Maybe that piece is gone? Maybe it's supposed to be there? I think it might be missing. Darn it, I wish I had a donor board. It's the same board. Well, what value is that? Is that a resistor? What is it? It's a point, it's a 04020. Okay, so let's just do that. Should we just enable it? We're gonna do that. It's supposed to be a 0 ohm resistor. All right, so let me get all set up here. I think we may be missing a 0 ohm resistor right there. So I'm gonna get meter in voltage mode, my hand in, is this the LDO output right here? I think it is, right? Is that LDO out? And just so you know what I'm talking about here, so here's the chip we're looking at, and this component is not on our board, and it's the only connection. So there's only one way of this getting an enable signal, and then this is our LDO. Oh, let's see, adjust. Power source, VCC, so that's 20 volts here. So is this gonna be the output, or is this gonna be the output? I think it must be that one. Okay, so we need to measure that pin. All right, so I'm gonna put my probe here. I'm gonna plug in the power. So right now we're measuring nothing. Plugged in, now we're at 0.0 whatever, and then now I'm gonna jump across this. And we got nothing still. You have the wrong board view. Well, it's the only board view I got, buddy. No, it's the right one. I have the right board view, the wrong schematic. The board view I have is a 611P, and that's what this board is. This board's a 611P. Well, let me just put a 0 ohm resistor on there. Should we just do that? Because I feel like it should be there anyway. I don't care if it's not there. We're going to put one on there. So is it 0402? What size is it? 0402. All right, blob. I can just put a blob on there. A properly calibrated wire. Enable resistor below pin 3. This resistor is not connected to anything, or not connected to that. It comes over here. So there's a track that comes around here like this, goes like that, and then goes through here. You see that? Does that make sense? I'm trying to get it so it shows you, but yeah, so you can see the track right here. It goes like that. Now maybe they have that connected actually. I didn't check that. Sometimes they just put it here and then they don't do that. But yeah, see that's 35 mega ohms across that. So let's just put a resistor here since I have them. properly calibrated resistor. Do I have a missing path to the resistor? Okay. Okay, let's see what it does now. We jumped it earlier, but I don't. Maybe it needs to be on sooner. And it doesn't like that it was just being randomly turned on. Really, really wish you had a data sheet. Yeah, I'm not usually good with all that stuff anyway. It's not super helpful for me. All right, so power meter. Still got nothing. And then we check the voltage. Check the voltage. Still 0.1. So we have 20 volts here. We still have, so we're not getting an enable signal anyway. That will just short pin 3 to pin 5. Yeah, you're right. But why does the schematic say that then? Or the board view? Yeah, the board view is showing this here. So both of these are connected here. And then pin 3 and pin 5 is the adjust and the enable. "20 volt input, VCC." So we have that. We have our voltage here. We're just, what if we just put 3 volts on there to enable it and see if it gives us an output? Yeah, pin 1 has 19 volts. So should I put 3 volts on here to enable it? Are we missing adjust? I mean, we're missing them all. This is coming from, so this pin is going through this resistor, which ties to the same area we just tied to. So this whole area right here is missing. So we have 20 volts there. Oh, is this blown? Is it a voltage divider? What is this resistor supposed to go to anyway? What does that go to? 20 volts here. LDO enable. So how big is this? This is a 1 meg resistor. So it's a pull-up of some sort, right? 1 meg. So we have 20 volts on one side of that 1 meg, and then we're supposed to have that. So is that 1 meg? Replace PUS005. I need to find one because I don't have a donor board. That's the exact same one. PUS. So 1 meg. One meg's pretty big. It's pretty big. I got 0.4 megs, but that's in circuit. But 20 volts is not passing into a voltage divider to enable it. Well, yeah, because where's the voltage divider at? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Mouse over 974, 973. 974, 973. 974 is a 0 ohm. 973 is a 0 ohm. And this is a 1 meg. That's a capacitor. Should have the same voltage there. Where should have the same voltage? 1 meg doesn't mean 1 meg. I don't think the resistant value matters much. Yeah, it just needs to be high enough. It can't be like low. I don't think it really matters. So is that point? It read point or half a ohm. I mean, we're in circuit, but I don't think there's anything else tied to either side besides the two components. Check PUS005 in the schematic. Well, let's see. Of course, it's going to find next. Oh, there it is. PUS005. So we have a, so V out produces the VDD, I mean the LDO. VNs are 20 volts coming from battery through a double diode, or coming from the 20 volt line, or coming from over here. So come. It has all the different places it wants to come from for our 20 volts. And then our enable is just going to be a voltage divider. Where's our voltage divider though? So we have tapped off of here. That's a 0 again. So it's this 100K. Yeah, this is we need to find this one then, because the path would go like this, right? Or the path would go right here. It's just a voltage at 158 and 100. Ah, that's what it is. So our 158K and our 100K create that. Okay. So we need to find those two. So PRS 66, PRS 66, 67. So 67, 66, 6, 66. All right, let's check both of those guys. Which I feel like I measured those, but I don't know. So we should have 20 volts on one side of one of these, and then something tapped off the center. So we have no 20 volts on any of these. So it's not the voltage divider that's broken, it's the voltage that goes into the voltage divider that's not working. Which is, let me go back to schematic. Right, so if I measure here, or here, or here, I get no voltage. Wait, this is the voltage divider to here, so it has to be still path to here. So it could be this resistor. That's what you're saying, right? Because, or this, no, because the 1 meg and then 1K, how many volts would that be? What's before the voltage divider? Well, this is the voltage divider on the output, though, 3.3. So that one, it works. So it'd have to be this is the voltage divider if you want this direction. And this measured 1K, I think. I think we measured that and it worked fine. And we got messages from my employee here. We're doing a white elephant on Monday. Okay, so let's see. I just want to measure this. So we got 1K here. 1K. 1K. 67 measured 10K. And this one was 13K. But this one, why is this one measuring 1K? They put the wrong size on there. I'm wondering if they replaced this, or, because we're measuring 1K right here. It should be 100K. This is 100K. Okay, all right. Actually, I had the charger plugged in. Let me measure it again with the charger unplugged. Just sometimes it acts weird. Now it's 100. Wait, that's 1K, right? 0.97. That's 1K. Yeah. This is cool. This is almost how you would like stump somebody. Send it in and see if they can figure it out. Interesting. Huh. That's interesting. I like that. Yeah, so this is the wrong value right here, and this was missing. So whether we need this or not, I don't know, but this is definitely not the right value. Should be 100K, so we're going to pull it out. We're going to put 100K in there. That's great. That's pretty cool. If that's it. I mean, if that's what's going on. But okay, see if we can measure it out of circuit here, just to be sure. So I have one of these handy dandy little tweezer things, so I don't shoot the chip into the 9th dimension. And so we can actually just pinch it like this. And come on. Yep, 0.98K is 1K. Huh, that's so funny. That's a cool way to like mess with somebody if that's what they're doing. I've thought about this. Focus, Jim, focus. Okay, so now we gotta find, I don't know if I have 100K. I usually don't like just keep those. I got 10K. Let's see, 100 ohm. 1K, 100K, there we go. Well, that was easy. 1K, 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 yep. What the fuck, 1K? Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Okay. Wasn't the other one 15K? Yeah, this one measured 15K. Were they just trying to create a voltage divider or whatever they wanted? What is this? What is this? These are capacitors. Are they? My bag says 0402 100K. That's what it says right there. Let me open one of these. Maybe it's just the back side of it or something weird. Looks like a capacitor to me. I think I misbagged these or something. That's a capacitor. Let me see if all of them are like that in the bag. Yep. So I wonder what capacitor this is, and then I need to go find the bag that had the capacitors in it. Oh, or I can just grab a donor board. Here, let's just steal it off of here. Let's just find one. The other side should be 158. Okay, so let's just measure this side. 150/46, is that good enough for you? With a tolerance? I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Okay, let's find a resistor here. 31. There's about 100K. There's 100K. We'll take that one right there, right yar. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . 1% tolerance. Yeah, that's more like a 5%, right? 10%? I don't know. Okay, I'm going to double check it out of circuit. $199. That's too much. It must have been in parallel with something else. That's 200K. So it was parallel with another 100K somewhere. So that's not going to work. See, that's the problem with doing stuff in circuit, people. So you could have been tricked. We could have been tricked all over again. Right? Am I right? Am I right? And since I don't have my 100K bag, I don't want to sit there and dig through a bunch of them and have to measure. You need 2 of them. Yeah, we can take 2 of them. Where's the other one? If I had the other one, I'll just double stack them. 0.2. This may take longer than... So that says 100. There's a hundo right there. Take that hundo off of there. Can I measure the mislabeled? Yeah, that's a good idea. Measure the mislabeled capacitors and go find the right bag. We'll do that in another video. Okay, let me get these out of here. Measure this. Don't fly away. We got to wrap this video up too, because I was going to transfer everyone over to the stream. 112. Okay, we did it. Jackpot. Just don't fly away to the 9th dimension. This will be a great fix, you guys. And it's all because of you. Okay. It's all because they were punking me. Somebody was punking me. What do you think about that? All right. Is there any measurements you want me to do before I plug it in? Before we plug in this easy pizza? Yes, I have both of those 0 ohms still in there. Should I take the other 0 ohm back out that wasn't supposed to be in there? Do you think that's going to mess with stuff? I mean, it's in the schematic as being there. But I don't know. All right. Okay. Measure my patience. Oh. 0.01. We got 5 volts on our 5-volt power rail. We got 3.4 volts. Can it be? Can it be? Where's our battery at? I'm going to plug in our battery. See if it starts charging our battery. All right, 0.01. We're just waiting for it to negotiate up and start charging. And we got charge current. All right. And the last thing I want to do is power it on. I'm going to unplug the battery and see if it powers on off of the charger by itself. I'm not going to reassemble because we don't have time for all that stuff. And it's powering on. We did it. We did it. So that was it. So that was crazy. So if I ever wanted to send in a repair to another repair channel, I'm not going to say what repair channel, and try to see if they could figure out something crazy, that's what we would do, right? change out one resistor. Man, that was good. And I couldn't have done it without chat. Thank you so much. That was really cool. I've actually never ran into that, but that, you know, because it wasn't something logical. Save that 1K. Yeah, where'd it go? I saved it right here, the ninth invention. Yeah, that was really, really cool. Interesting though. And you traced it back. We used the schematics. Everyone worked together as a team. And we saved another laptop. And these boards are actually pretty expensive in the long run. It probably would have been $700, $800, maybe $1,000, depending on which version it is, because everything's built on here. So they are still expensive. So yeah, pull-up resistor. It wasn't a pull-up resistor. It was a voltage divider, right? So you have the 20 volts here, and then you have ground here, and then you have to tap off to create a voltage that will enable that chip, that will allow it to create the LDO, which is a linear voltage regulator, which powers on all these different devices. So no LDO, no machine working. So, so super cool. Well, I think I'm going to end up calling it a day. It's been about 4 hours on the stream here. But what I'm going to do, I want you guys to hang tight, because when this stream is over, at least on YouTube, I have it set up where it's going to automatically redirect you over to the YouTube channel where there's 5 different guys that are going over to the charity stream, and 5 different YouTubers that are doing, I don't know what they're doing, they're shenanigans. So I'm going to head over there. I'm going to hang out with you guys too. I want everybody else to go participate and hang out too. It's going to be a fun time. And yeah, 1K versus 100K is a huge difference. Now, if they would have put like a 50K on there or something like that, it maybe might have worked or maybe been kind of iffy. But so I want to thank everyone who donated today to the stream, because I'm going to take those donations and I'm going to pass it over to the JFix stream also. So that was very generous of you. And but I'll see you all over there. And thanks for the bits and thanks for coming. Oh, I want to make sure to let you know, no stream next Christmas Eve. No stream the next Sunday. I'm going to be out of town, and no stream New Year's Eve. So we're not going to have a new stream until the Sunday of the new year, okay? But I'll see everybody over at the charity stream. And happy holidays to everyone, and thanks for watching.